Good morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, and testifiers. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. During the month of May, we celebrate and recognize many causes, groups, and individuals. From the beginning of the month with Mother's Day, we recognize that this month is also mental health awareness. And of course, I have to, as the chair of the Education and Workforce Development Committee, I must and have to congratulate all the graduates from all the schools in the Virgin Islands. We are very proud of you as a committee. Yesterday, let's fix this. Yesterday on St. Thomas, we celebrated Older Americans Month with a mock session that was engaging and enlightening and very educational, for me anyway. And I want to say, as the African proverb says, a village without elders is like a well without water. Another area that is, of course, dear to me and is relevant to today's meeting is that this is National EMS Week, and we always need more emergency medical service providers in the territory. So we want to celebrate them and their dedication to safeguarding the health, safety, and well-being of our community. I look forward to the support of my colleagues for legislation that I am proposing to create a mobile integrated health care and community EMS program that will provide health care using patient-centered mobile resources in the out-of-hospital environment. And I know that my colleague from St. Croix has already said that she will be in support of that program because we're on the same page with that. And one of the I guess for me, touching part of May is the fact that the last Monday in May serves most importantly as a time to honor those who died while serving in the U.S. Armed Forces, particularly those who died in battle or as a result of wounds sustained in battle, those who did not and could not come home. My colleague on St. Thomas, my fellow veteran, surely understands that, as we both lost two members of the Virgin Islands National Guard while we were both serving. And the purpose of Memorial Day, which most people don't understand, there's a difference between Memorial Day and Veterans Day. Memorial Day memorializes the veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. And when we remember them, and they are called the fallen, those who have died in battle, we must also honor their loved ones, the Gold Star families in our community, and let them know that we care for them and we understand that they also made a sacrifice. So we support the grieving families and the loved ones who are left behind, as well as reflecting on why we, the living, have the freedom that we enjoy today. This day, my daughter is in Saipan. For those of you who have been following the news, there is a super typhoon that is bearing down on Guam. And recently, my colleague had a hearing on hurricane preparedness. And so for me, it's close to home in that this is she's already been through 3 hurricanes in her lifetime. From the time she was 18 months with Hurricane Hugo, and then Hurricane Marilyn, and then Hurricane Maria. And then she decided to go on that side of the world. And as she said, she has cabin fever, but like stay inside, right? So it's a reminder to us because it's like the equivalent of a Category 4 or 5 hurricane right now. And so Virgin Islanders, get ready, be prepared. It's very important for us to be prepared and ready because we know. So I want to begin by welcoming the testifiers, and I will ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Present.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Correspondence dated May 24th, 2023. Honorable Maurice C. James, Esquire, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairperson James, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawette's Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chairperson, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Fred Gregory as tardy.
Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 tardy.
Thank you. We'll recognize Senator Fred Gregory when she arrives. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development for Wednesday, May 24th, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawette's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. The committee will receive a status update from the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands State Workforce Development Board, the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board, M1 Enterprises U.S. Virgin Islands, LLC, and 340 Integrated Project Team. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Michael Carty, Chairman, Virgin Islands State Workforce Development Board. Joanne Murphy, Chairwoman, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. Douglas Rideout, CEO, M1 Enterprises USVI LLC. Alex Isaac, President, CEO, 340 Integrated Project Team. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will begin by asking all the testifiers in this block, my only block for today, to speak clearly and put your name and position on the record. I know that Mr. Carty isn't here today, but he has a representative that he sent. So the testifiers, please go ahead, beginning with Commissioner Gary Malloy.
Good morning, Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good morning, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Good morning, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner.
Morning, Gary Halyard, Director, Bureau of Labor Statistics and Unemployment Insurance.
Good morning, Charlene M. Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services.
Good morning, Shaneka Sebastian, Department of Labor, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship.
Good day, Sonia Boyce, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Representing Chairman Michael Repeat. Yes. Good day, Sonia Boyce, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, representing Chairman Michael Carty.
Good morning, Joe Murphy, Chairperson of the Career Tech Education Board. Thank you.
Good morning. Anton Deus, Executive Director from the CTE Board.
Good morning, Doug Rideout, CEO of M1 Enterprises.
Speak.
Good morning, Alex Isaac, President, CEO, 340 Integrated Project Team.
Okay, I want to remind the testifiers that we want the public to hear you. That's who are the most important people. They're not in the room. And also the recorder needs to hear everything that you're saying. We will begin now with hearing testimony, and I will begin with the Honorable Gary Malloy, Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chairperson of the Committee on Education, Workforce Development, honorable members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen, listening, viewing, and virtual audiences. I am Gary Malloy, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, VITAL. I'm here today with Attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, Mr. Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Shenika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, Ms. Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services, and Mr. Gary Halyard, Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics and Unemployment Insurance. Thank you for inviting us to provide testimony on the status as it pertains to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and Workforce Development in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor, VITAL, receives its authority pursuant to Titles 3, 24, 27, and 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, OSHA, and federal laws which require the development of administrative structures that govern and enforce fair labor standards and protect the people of the Virgin Islands from any threat to harm, any threat to health, morals, and general welfare. Our mission is to administer a system of effective programs and services designed to develop, protect, and maintain a viable workforce. VITAL currently houses the following divisions or units: the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, Department or the Workforce Development Unit, which includes youth and apprenticeship, the Division of Unemployment Insurance, the Division of Labor Relations, which includes our Compliance Unit, the Division of Occupational Safety and Health, Workers' Compensation Administration, Division of Hearing and Appeals, Planning, Research, and Monitoring, Business Administration, which houses our Human Resources, Maintenance, and Procurement, Information Technology, and our Management Information Systems. VITAL is a service, regulatory, and social organization. Through these divisions and units, we provide a myriad of diverse services and programs that are interrelated to constitute our workforce development and security systems. VITAL's divisions and units mirror other state Department of Labor offices across the country. We are structured in a manner in which we have supportive divisions that support VITAL in its operations and more forward-facing units, and those that focus on workers' rights and securities. The Division of Business Administration, Procurement, Human Resources, and Maintenance are the backbone of the agency. They provide essential supportive services to the department. Information Technology and Management Information Systems comprise the technical arm of the department, where they provide technical management and our information systems and guide us in the procurement of technical services. The main public-facing divisions are Bureau of Labor Statistics, Unemployment Insurance, Workers' Compensation, Labor Relations to include compliance, our VIDASH or OSHA, and Workforce Development, which includes our Youth and Apprenticeship Division. The overview of labor market information. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, unit conducts quarterly census of employment wages, statistical program survey, and publishes the short-term and long-term occupational projections, current payroll employment statistics, and the quarterly data of industry for employers, employment counts, and ranking in the territory of the in our Virgin Islands electronic workforce system called VIEWS. The captured labor market information is foundational in describing the current status of the Virgin Islands economy regarding the workforce and labor force, including wages in each sector. As of April 2023, the unemployment rate in the Virgin Islands is 3.1%. Statistically, this is considered full employment. The unemployment rate in the St. Croix district is 3.7%, and the unemployment rate in the St. Thomas St. John district was 2.7%. In the first quarter of 2023, the Virgin Islands employment averaged 39,834 individuals, and unemployment counts averaged 1,400. Overview of unemployment insurance. The Unemployment Insurance Division is currently in the process of rolling out the payroll variation employer tax methodology. This tax change was necessary and mandated by the U.S. Department of Labor to bring the Virgin Islands program into compliance with federal laws and establish an experience rating system to equitably distribute insured risk among the Virgin Islands employers. The first public town hall was held territory-wide, and it commenced on St. Croix on February 21st, 2023, followed by St. John on February 22nd, 2023, and St. Thomas on February 27th, 2023. We held another town hall last night on St. Croix, and we have to reschedule our town hall for St. Thomas due to some challenges that we have with the location, but we will announce that shortly. We will have upcoming town halls for the remainder of the year. This tax change must take effect on January 1st, 2024, with the first quarter ending March 31st, 2024. The reports and payments are due 30 days after the end of each quarter. The unit is also currently under contract to deploy an employer portal which will allow filing of our quarterly reports and payments online. Our agency will be launching this portal in the first quarter of fiscal year 2024. In addition, we are currently testing security software applications intended to protect against fraudulent claims and cybersecurity breaches on our website. As of April 2023, the Virgin Islands Trust Fund was approximately $17,547,987.02 in the trust fund for payment of future claims. The balance on the debt owed on the trust fund loan is currently $89,678,771.87. The average initial filing of claims for fiscal year 2022 was 458, which represented a major decline compared to the 1,570 in fiscal year 2021 and the 2,935 in fiscal year 2020, respectively. All the outstanding disaster-related programs and claims are reconciled, including Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Legislation will be needed and submitted to amend Act 8209 to address the change in the implementation date of the payroll variation from January 1, 2021 to January 1, 2024. Also, legislation will be needed and submitted to change the maximum number of weeks for unemployment benefits from 26 to 13 weeks to improve the rate of persons returning to employment, to help to grow the economy, and to reduce the cost on the trust fund reserves. Overview of the Workers' Compensation Administration. The Workers' Compensation Administration Division, along with the Government Insurance Fund, which is housed in the Department of Finance, was successful in launching a comprehensive workers' compensation risk management system. The division has begun replacing all manual procedures and spreadsheet-based processes with the use of our new centralized automated insurance claims system, Ventive Claims Premier. We are currently fine-tuning the integrated processing, developing new procedures that are now aligned with the system, and training the teams to use all aspects of the system. In addition, workers' compensation is in the process of securing a provider fee schedule which will assist in the vendor payment process. Legislation is needed and will be submitted to revise and update Title 24, Chapter 11 of the Virgin Islands Code in order to streamline our procedure and processes. The role and responsibilities of Labor Relations Division, Compliance Unit, and OSHA. The Division of Labor Relations is responsible for all areas of the Fair Labor Standard Act of the Virgin Islands, including protections based on wages, child labor laws, wrongful discharge, compliance checks, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC. We have a dual role in which we enforce the laws both locally and act as an intake, as a fair employment practice agency for the federal government. For example, if a business has less than 15 employees, it will be investigated locally. If it has 15 or more employees, we will conduct the intake, and the information will be sent to the EEOC for further investigation. Our Labor Relations Division is currently working with our MIS Division to automate and streamline the compliance process. Title 24, Chapter 15 gives VIDAL the authority to ensure the safety of minors. The way that this department does so is by requiring a work permit to be sent to the department acknowledging the signature of both the parent and the child. A child labor certificate must be obtained from the Labor Relations Division for any minor under the age of 18 and older than 13. It is mandated by law that minors between the ages of 14 and 15 cannot work between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. during the school year, more than 3 hours in a school day, or 18 hours during a school week. Additionally, minors cannot work in hazardous occupations, including construction, spray painting, or involving exposure to lead or other hazardous chemicals or materials. Our compliance unit is responsible for developing strategies as it relates to the Economic Development Commission, the EDC, to determine who is or is not in compliance. This unit works closely with the compliance unit of the EDC Commission, as well as all divisions within the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, to collect the necessary compliance data in order to generate compliance clearance letter for the employers either having or seeking EDC benefits. The Equal Opportunity Officer, or EOO, within the compliance unit is responsible for the timely and judicious handling of equal opportunity complaint matters. The EO office ensures that limited English proficient information, discrimination against the law, and posters or equal opportunity is the law certification and the assurance that the grant applicant has the ability to comply with the non-discrimination and equal opportunity provisions and add language to enforce the contract agreement. The Compliance Division has implemented the procedures and guidance for initiating and processing complaints alleging discrimination. These complaints go through a separate grievance process through our Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA. The Virgin Islands Department of Occupation, Safety and Health, or VIDASH as we refer to it, receives its authority from the OSHA Safety and Health Act of 1970. VIDASH is responsible for consultation, conducting inspections and enforcement of all government buildings. The overview of workforce development. Workforce development includes a relatively wide range of activities, policies, and programs employed by several entities to create, sustain, and retain a viable workforce that can support current and future business industries. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board is comprised of 27 members representing government, business, economic development, and education, charged with strengthening the workforce development system and determining the demand sectors in the territory. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor implements the policies passed by the board, the Workforce Board, in partnership with the Office of the Governor, the Apprenticeship Council, Workforce 180, the Equis Workforce Solutions, the Department of Human Services, which includes vocational rehabilitation, Veterans Affairs, the Department of Education, and other private and nonprofit organizations. There's a chart here that we have inside the testimony that outlines our current relationship that we have with education in terms of building the U.S. VI pipeline, where there's a clear relationship between the students K-12, the employers, and linking it all to the targeted industries. All those industries are tied to the Vision 2040. In supporting Governor Bryan's Workforce Development Initiative, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor builds the territory's pipeline through workforce development programs that focus on targeted industries tied to Vision 2040 and funded through a combination of local and federal dollars. I must emphasize the local dollars are on the youth side. Workforce development continues to build stronger and better relationships with employers throughout the territory, recognizing that employers drive the workforce. 53 employers and 276 job seekers participated in our Carnival Over, Walk Takeover Career Fair, recently held on May 3rd, 2023 on St. Thomas, and May 10th, 2023 on St. Croix. We had 6 hires on the spot and several interviews scheduled for days following the event. We had great feedback from the employers who indicated that they had seen several great candidates and will be able to staff up pending interviews. Career fairs, hiring events are hosted to assist employers with their recruitment needs. 7 career fairs, 13 hiring events were hosted during the program year 2022. 103 job seekers were hired and recorded in our Virgin Islands Electronic Workforce System, or VIEWS. The Workforce Development System is under the umbrella of the U.S. Virgin Islands American Job Center, which includes the one-stop operator, Equis Workforce Solutions, contracted by the Workforce Development Board and housed within the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's offices on St. Croix and St. Thomas. So there's another chart here with the Workforce Development System that shows all the members that are included in the system. So the U.S. Virgin Islands American Job Center is the umbrella, but a part of this system is the Virgin Islands State Apprenticeship Council, ICF, Department of Labor, of course, Equis Workforce Solutions, the Workforce Development Board, Vista Plus, which is in conjunction with the RT Park, the Research and Technology Park, Department of Education, Department of Human Services, the Workforce 180, the Governor's Office, and the Office of Veterans Affairs. Also within the testimony is another chart that we have here that shows that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the training programs and enrollment for the territory, the demand sectors that are identified by the Workforce Board are healthcare, allied health, construction trades, administrative and service and support services, information technology, leisure and hospitality, marine, and professional services. The chart also shows that during the program year, or from January of 2022 and up until March of 2023, we were able to service, using the federal dollars or the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act dollars, WIO dollars, we're able to service 167 individuals, and that's operated by the Equus Workforce Solutions. Under the Skills for Today program, we're able to service 574 individuals, and under the apprenticeship program, we were able to service 46 individuals. So based on our partnership with Equus Workforce Solutions, 167 individuals were trained in the industry demand standards outlined by the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. The Skills for Today, funded by the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery project managed by ICF, trained a total of 620 individuals, which is a combination of the 574 and the 46 in apprenticeship. VITAL has ongoing partnerships with the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, highlighted in the Vista Plus initiative. Through the partnership with VITAL and the RT Park, the Vista Plus portal will assist the Virgin Islands Department of Labor in increasing the search for Virgin Islanders that live abroad through linkages with the most popular platforms. The primary goal remains to connect employers with qualified employee candidates, discourage the brain drain, and enrich the workforce of the territory. As a result of the partnership with the RT Park, VITAL was also instrumental in funding the programs with M1 Enterprises, which resulted in the recent graduates in the medical coding cohorts. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor Youth Service Division develops and administers workforce development programs for youth ages 14 to 25. Youth Services provides year-round training, employment, and educational opportunities for in and out of school youth. The youth team provides in-house academic and career assessments to determine the services and activities needed for each youth. Individual employment plans and service strategies are developed, and referrals are made to the service providers. Youth services may include, but not limited to, job preparation skills, resume building, and paid and unpaid work experiences. The youth team services more than 700 youth annually by braiding federal and local funding. The total number of participants each year is based on the funding available. The Brian Roach administration is heading an initiative to provide additional support and connection for all graduating high school students in the territory. This is inclusive of the Governor's Workforce Development Initiative, and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is collaborating with the Department of Education and other partners to educate students who are not going to college, trade school, or the military about the available resources and opportunities to enter the Virgin Islands workforce. Available programs include occupational skills training, the Work, Learn, and Earn program, the Summer Youth Work Experience program, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow, which is LIFT internship program, and the Jobs for America's Graduates program, or JAG-VI. Each program targets several groups, including current high school students, out-of-school youth, current college students, graduate students, and recent graduates. registered apprenticeship programs. Apprenticeships are a work-based learning model where apprenticeships have supervised on-the-job training along with job-related education while earning a wage that increases during the progression of the program. Programs are intended for long-term employment. An apprenticeship program is a proven training program that is used as a talent development strategy for recruiting, training, and retaining world-class talent, and has been used in industries for decades. All registered programs are aligned with industry occupational standards to provide authenticity and consistency, resulting in a nationally industry recognized certificate. The length of the registered apprenticeship program varies from 1 to 5 years depending on the occupation training requirements. Recognized as a state registered apprenticeship agency, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor aids in the program creation, registering of programs to meet the federal and state standards, provide the development of new programs through marketing and technical assistance, provide technical assistance to sponsors throughout the program life, and ensure that all programs provide high quality training. Currently, we have the registered apprenticeship programs are, in the occupations are, certified massage therapist, Cmte, that's territorial, medical assistant / patient coordinator in the St. Croix district, life safety coordinator in the St. Croix district, surgical technologist in the St. Croix district, able seaman water sports in the St. Thomas district, pipe fitter construction, which is territorial, certified nursing assistant, dementia specialty on St. Croix, certified nursing assistant, restorative specialty on St. Croix, and the recreational assistant, which is territory-wide. The sponsors or employers are Plessing Healthcare, Peace of St. Croix, the Virgin Islands Professional Charter Association, the Tropical Treasure Hunt Company, Islands Ceasefire, the Turning Point, the Bureau of Corrections, and Gold Coast Yachts. There's a chart here in the testimony that shows the number of employers that I just mentioned, or sponsors that we have. Currently, we have 8, and they cover the sectors of marine, healthcare, massage therapy, culinary, construction, tourism, hospitality. And within the next 6 months to a year, we project that we'll have an additional 14, ending up with 22 employers or sponsors of apprenticeship programs in the territory. In terms of apprentices that are actually in those programs, the chart here shows that we have in marine, we have 8, healthcare, we have 14, massage therapy, we have 18, culinary right now is 0 because we're ramping it up with the Bureau of Corrections, construction there's 2, hospitality there's 4, for a total of 46 apprentices in those apprenticeship programs. Over the next 6 months to a year, we expect that to grow by an additional 45 to have a total of 91 apprentices in apprenticeship programs in the territory. The entire workforce development system is based on the work-based learning training timelines. So there's another chart in the testimony that clearly outlines what the Department of Labor and how we're navigating through the workforce development system. We do that by customized training, which is normally between 2 to 6 weeks. We have incumbent worker training, which is between 6 to 8 weeks long. We have on-the-job training, which can be up to 6 months. And then we have the registered apprenticeship programs. As I mentioned, they can go from 1 year to 5 years, depending on the occupation. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor remains committed to implementing our mission to administer a system of effective programs and services designed to develop, protect, and maintain a viable workforce. In addition, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor will continue to be at the forefront of keeping the public workforce development system swinging and moving in the right direction by ensuring that the Workforce Development Board and our other partners are informed and engaged in the process based on the specific data collected from employers and job seekers that we interact with on a daily basis. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I would like to thank the Brian Roach administration for the support. I would like to thank the Vidal family for their dedication and commitment to serving, and this Committee on Education and Workforce Development members for allowing the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to provide testimony on programs and services in the Virgin Islands. This concludes my testimony. My staff and I are here and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. We will now hear from the Virgin Islands State Workforce Development Board. Please introduce yourself and your title.
Am I being heard? Oh, yes. Good day, Sonia Boyce speaking, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Maurice James, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Sonia Boyce, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, representing Chairman of the Board, Michael Cardy. Chairman Cardy is unable to attend today's meeting due to a prior commitment. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a status update regarding workforce development in the Virgin Islands. The VI Workforce Development Board, VIWDB, is a policy-making entity charged with strengthening the workforce development system by collaboratively building strong partnerships with secondary and post-secondary education, economic development, and the public and private sectors to align and improve economic growth in the Virgin Islands. The VISWDB leads efforts of employer engagement, conducts program oversights of local adult, dislocated worker, and youth workforce activities. In addition, the board identifies eligible training providers for adult and dislocated workers, negotiates and works to establish local performance accountability measures. The VISWDB oversees the competitive selection of the one-stop operator and providers, designates and certifies the one-stop operator through a competitive process, and may terminate for cause the eligibility of such operators, and coordinate activities with education and training providers, including providers of workforce investment activities, providers of adult education, career and technical education, and local agencies administering plans under Title I. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board recognizes the need to increase our outreach efforts into the Virgin Islands communities. The board has created a media and marketing plan to reach out to job seekers and businesses across the territory to inform them of services available to them at the American Job Center. We will continue to support the outreach efforts of our one-stop operator, Equus Workforce Solutions, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and now WIOA Workforce Innovative Opportunity Act core partners to identify available job seekers and address the skill shortages of many employers. This includes job fairs, outreach events, webinars, podcasts, radio, newspaper advertising, and partnering with many different organizations. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board is dedicated to strengthening and improving the workforce in the USVI, which is a critical component of our economic vitality. Through collaboration with public and private stakeholders, we aim to promote a flexible, innovative, and effective workforce system within the territory. Our programs encompass a broad range of residents from youth to adults with a significant focus on improving opportunities for those who face barriers to employment. We offer training in high-demand sectors such as healthcare, construction, hospitality, and administrative services. We are looking ahead to strengthening our partnership with local businesses and educational institutions. This is to ensure our training programs align with the needs of employers and the local economy, and to provide an avenue for Virgin Islanders to receive the skills necessary for the jobs of tomorrow. The board has begun a series of business engagement events across the territory. We started with board members and will continue into the wider community. We believe that stakeholder involvement is key in developing effective policies. We actively seek input from local businesses, educational institutions, and community organizations. This collaboration will help us ensure that our policies are responsive to the needs of employers, workers, and the broader community. Our Eligible Training Provider ETP program is a critical component of our service delivery system. The EPT program provides access to training services that are directly linked to occupations in demand within the Virgin Islands. It includes a wide array of providers who offer comprehensive programs that meet the needs of our diverse workforce. We currently have 19 board-approved eligible training providers. Our apprenticeship program is a proven approach to preparing workers for in-demand jobs and meeting the needs of businesses. It combines job-related technical instructions with structured on-the-job learning experiences. We have apprenticeships in a variety of wide-demand sectors, including construction, trades, healthcare/allied health, leisure and hospitality, and the marine industry. The one-stop operator plays a critical role in bringing together a multitude of workforce services in a single location, serving both job seekers and employers. It provides a broad range of services such as job search and placement assistance, skills assessments, and career counseling. Partnerships with our WIOA co-partners are aimed at aligning our training programs with post-secondary education opportunities and employer needs. This collaborative effort ensures that our trainees have a clear pathway to high-demand occupations and that our local employers have access to a well-trained and educated workforce. The vocational training programs are designed to equip participants with the practical skills necessary to perform various jobs. These programs focus on areas such as construction trades, culinary arts, and healthcare, among others. Our goal is to provide individuals with the necessary skills to both meet the needs of local employers and build a sustainable career. Our agriculture program aims to develop a new generation of farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs. We are researching various training programs in modern farming techniques, agribusiness management, and even niche areas like organic farming and aquaponics to offer Virgin Islanders. The U.S. Department of Labor has hosted meetings with the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, UVI-CEL, and the Hawaii State Workforce Agency to begin peer-to-peer discussions on creating agriculture career pathways in the territory. Our goal is to get more Virgin Islanders interested in the agriculture industry, create a more resilient local food system, and provide meaningful employment opportunities in the sector. As technology advances rapidly, it is crucial that our workforce development policies adapt accordingly to ensure our training programs remain relevant and effective. This includes staying abreast of changes in technology that impact the skills needs of employers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The board will create policies to incorporate more digital literacy and artificial intelligence training into our programs, given the increasing importance of these skills across multitude industries. In the renewable energy sector, we will update our policies to ensure that we are providing training on the latest solar and wind technologies. Our upcoming Workforce Development Summit is a key event in our annual calendar. The summit serves as a platform for sharing best practices, discussing emerging trends, and fostering collaborations among stakeholders in workforce development. It brings together representatives from local businesses, educational institutions, government agencies, and community organizations. The agenda for this year's summit includes sessions on various topics such as the impact of technology on the workforce, the role of apprenticeships in building the skilled workforce, and the strategies for promoting entrepreneurship. We have invited a diverse group of local speakers who are experts in these areas. The summit will provide ample opportunities for networking and collaboration with designated time for attendees to engage in discussions and share ideas. The expected outcome includes new partnerships, actionable strategies for addressing workforce challenges, and a shared understanding of the priorities for workforce development in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board's plans include hosting a forum with our WIO co-partners to facilitate a solution to the housing issue that is currently being experienced by the workforce, and partnering with the Department of Human Services to expand non-traditional childcare hours across the territory. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board is committed to working collaboratively with the members of the 35th Legislature, and we thank you for the support you give workforce development in our community. I welcome the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am testifying before you today with a sense of urgency and concern regarding the state of career and technical education in the Virgin Islands. As you may be aware, over the past 2 decades, we have lost half of our CTE programs of study, and within the next 5 years, we are projected to lose most of our remaining programs. The situation is dire, and we must act now to prevent further erosion of CTE. As our attorney has pointed out, the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education has the legal authority to create, implement, and promote CTE programs, but it lacks the resources to do so effectively. This lack of resources has led to a situation where CTE programs are not adequately funded. CTE instructors are not paid a competitive rate, and key requests for resources and staffing have gone unanswered. We cannot afford to let this situation continue. CTE programs are crucial to the future of our students and our community. They provide our students with the skills and certifications needed to succeed in today's job market and contribute to our economy. Without CTE programs, we risk further exacerbating the already high rates of unemployment and poverty in our community. Therefore, I urge you to take immediate action to address the state of CTE in the Virgin Islands. We must ensure that CTE instructors are paid at competitive rates and that key requests for resources and staffing are addressed. We must comply fully with applicable federal law, including the Carl D. Perkins Vocational Education Act, to ensure that we are making the most of the federal funds available for CTE. The choice is clear. Either we act now to revamp and restructure CTE in the Virgin Islands, or we risk further erosion of these vital programs. I implore you to take action and prioritize CTE as a key component of our education and workforce development strategy. Lip service has been given to make CTE a priority, but little else has been done. CTE adult program instructors on St. Croix have not been paid since February of this year. Travel funds for CTE students to participate in national career and technical student organizations events are empty. Most of the CTE program requests for books have not been answered. Active recruitment to fill CTE key positions has not taken place. Requests to place key lead instructors in programs of study have gone unanswered. Progress towards a technical college is hampered by the rotation of administrators who are working towards this goal, but have been rotated out. Madam Chair, as per your request for a status update on career and technical education in the Virgin Islands, I regret to inform you that the situation is dire. The decision to continue prioritizing academic scholars over professional tradesmen recommendations will only serve to lower the coffin 6 feet under. This is particularly concerning given the recent change in leadership at Cmte, where DOE appointed an academic principal rather than a CTE-trained director. Although the previous principal went the extra mile in obtaining an industry certification and learning the school's history, the accomplishments, and the hopes and dreams of previously CTE-certified administrators, the newly appointed administrator has no obligation to follow that path. In fact, he is not CTE certified as an administrator, which is in itself should disqualify that person. It is important to ensure that those in leadership positions within Cmte have the necessary expertise and training to provide effective guidance and direction to the programs. To use that analogy, it would be like having an art teacher fix the brakes of your vehicle. While they may have valuable skills in their field, they may not have the specialized knowledge needed to ensure your safety on the road. Therefore, it is important to prioritize the appointment of a CTE-trained director to lead any CTE center effectively. I would like to take a moment to explain how I see career and technical education structured within the Virgin Islands Department of Education by using an aquarium as an analogy. In our educational aquarium, a diverse range of fish represents different facets of education within a beautiful space. To optimize the conditions of our career and technical education fish, I propose partitioning the tank with a glass divider, creating a dedicated section approximately 1/5 of the way. By relocating all the CTE fish to this area, we can offer them the necessary resources and space to thrive without competition from academic fish. Externally, the aquarium will remain in its appearance as a unified and harmonious tank filled with vibrant sea life. Internally, however, the CTE fish will benefit from an environment specifically designed to support their growth and development. By investing separately and allocating resources to CTE programs, we can equip our students with the vital skills and knowledge needed for successful entry into the workforce, thus creating a brighter future for our community. Let us work together to establish an education ecosystem that empowers all fish in the aquarium, ensuring that each receives the attention and resources for their prosperity. CTE must be a pillar within the Department of Education, reporting upwards, not sideways. Dr. Faulkner, the esteemed state director for CTE and adult education, has embarked on a remarkable journey of program rebranding and securing increased federal funding. Not stopping there, she is tirelessly pursuing local funding as well. However, a harsh reality looms over these valiant efforts. Without a decisive and complete separation from the Department of Education, all progress achieved thus far will be rendered futile. We are at a critical juncture where the establishment of a dedicated division possessing unequivocal power and independent funding and direct management reporting to the state director, who in turn reports directly only to the commissioner, is imperative. Failure to take immediate action would risk dilution and hindrance of our transformative initiatives. It is time to break free from the constraints that limit our potential and forge a new path toward an empowered and thriving future for CTE and adult education. The time for action is now. What we have no longer works. Thank you for your time and attention. I believe that by working together, we can ensure the success of all our students and make the Virgin Islands a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Mr. Rideout, CEO, M1 Enterprises.
Good day. Good day. Honorable Senator Maurice James, members of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, and other senators present, as well as the listening audience. My name is Doug Rideout, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of M1 Enterprises. I appreciate this opportunity to address the leadership and most of all the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands and share our progress and the impact that we're having in the Virgin Islands. The following is an update, and I promise you I won't read all 12 pages, but we'll move right along. Can I go ahead and show the video, please? Thank you. If you know us very well, you're going to find out we're very passionate about what we do. We love what we do. We love helping people. When you see us working with the students, talking to people, we can't help but light up. And it's mainly because when you look at their faces, and then you see the graduating class, it's their families. We are impacting people every day here, and we're going to change the rules to the way we look at workforce development. And we're just getting that from our experience. We've been in healthcare for 30 years, and we want to share our experience there and our own job training program. Our model is different in that we start with placement. We're not going to be interested, M1 is not interested in any programs that it's not demand driven. If there's not jobs waiting in large demands, like the 20,000 coding and billing jobs that are out there today, and they're supporting documentation for this, okay? If they're trained and prepared, we're not interested in this. We don't want to prepare people to leave the Virgin Islands. We keep hearing that people are leaving, and we have stories about that. Our remote workforce, we're interested in that, and we just want to promote things to where they can stay here, learn, live, and work remotely in the Virgin Islands. And we're going to focus on healthcare and technology. Our programs build a pathway to those jobs, and over time we'll be adding new programs and building those pathways, but they've got to meet requirements. We're going to be working on teaching people and educating people on what it looks like to work remotely. You know, how can you say you want a job working remotely if they don't know? So we're going to take and start sharing that. We're going to share the number of jobs that are available and the salaries. It's really exciting when you can tell someone that show them they can make $60,000 working at home. It's exciting. Mm-hmm. This is what we do every day, and I'm blessed to be able to do it because it's very fulfilling. Our timeline, to kind of give you an idea. 29th of July, we've moved our company here. We've become a USVI company. We're not a big company in the States. We're here. The 21st of November, we were approved as a training provider. My wife and I said, if they're going to move that fast and they want us here, we're going to move there. So we did. My kids still don't know where we're at, okay? On the 5th of January, my wife and I moved here. On the 9th, we started our first class. And we started out with the basics, medical billing, and it's going well. That class has since graduated and they're in the process of taking their test. We'll talk about that in a moment. But what happened on the 5th was I had to document this because on the 5th of April, at that point in time, we had 190 people that had reached out to us and said, I want to work remotely. I hadn't planned on that. I thought, if we could create 20 jobs a month, 240 jobs a year, that's a great number. I never dreamed of this, having such a desire here. So we had to make a decision because it's just Shelley and I funding this. We had to make a decision. We either redirect our efforts into our other company, which is consulting, revenue cycle, and create enough funding to support this, or we had to slow down job creation. And after you see everyone, you're not going to slow down. So we found a way. The RT Park has a catalyst fund. And we tapped into that, as Gary mentioned. And we're using that in the meantime to keep us moving forward until we can find a solution. But we're going to find a way one way or the other. On April the 15th, we completed that graduation ceremony. And if you were there, you've seen not just the students, but you've seen their families. And if that doesn't move you, nothing will. 80% of the students, and this is important, 80% of the students, they completed the work. We had 3 out of the 20 that didn't complete. But here's the deal. They had health-related issues. One had a stroke. It was a major issue. So what we did with those students, we postponed. They still have access to the teacher and the programs, and they can pick it back up when they're ready, and we stay in contact with them. But we're not counting them in on our numbers. We're not until they complete. But 80% completed this. And out of that 80%, what we do is different. Not all of us are good test takers. So what we did on our program too, because when you do this, you have to purchase the national testing packets. One test is like $400, but if you're going to give Sonia 2 times because she's a bad test taker like Doug, it costs a little more. But we did it for our program, so everyone has 2 opportunities to pass the national certification. We are in that process now, okay? And I'll keep you posted on that, okay? As of the 22nd of May, this is even more credible, 323 people had contacted us and said, we want to do this. 323, and actually 324 because the wife of the gentleman that checked me in at the front door said he wanted to do it too. This is exciting, And if you know me, I can't turn it off. I just get excited, but it's challenging. I've got to figure out how I can fund this. I'm going to do it, and I'll get to it on page 6. Let's go to the next page. Part of this success come from Gary and his team. They had a job fair. In one day, 90 people came to me and signed up and said, I want to do this. It changes lives. It addresses childcare. It addresses some transportation. It addresses a lot of things. So with that many people, we're responding back as quick as we can. The team that I have to do this is 4 people. I'm one of them. We start, we're getting it done. The next step here is on the 29th, next Monday. We're on schedule on the 29th. By that time, we will have 5 cohorts up and running. The only thing we're pending on that is the paperwork process. I think Equus does that piece. It's pending that approval. If they're approved, we'll have 101 people in the program. Now that odd duck, the 101, we'll get to her in just a second. Our vision is to lead the way in developing the U.S. Virgin Islands into a remote workforce, healthcare and technology hub. It's possible, it's doable, and we're going to do it. To date, we're offering 3 programs: medical billing, outpatient coding, inpatient coding. The next phase, we will be adding medical auditing, clinical documentation improvement, cybersecurity, and AWS cloud computing. All of those have a higher rate of pay. All of those can work remotely. All of those means you can stay in the Virgin Islands. You don't have to leave anymore. Okay, so we're going to change lifestyles. We're going to change the economy. Going on our criteria, my rules for new programs, actually my wife's, so I'm just kind of doing what she tells me to do. 1 year or less training time. It's going to fit in this model. It's 1 year or less, working remotely, and it does not require or promote you leaving the Virgin Islands. We're not going to train you so you leave. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to be in the healthcare and technology fields at this time. I say that because of a call I got earlier this morning, and we'll talk about that. Going forward, we have to secure some funding to keep us going, okay? And we have to secure funding that's inclusive, and that means a young lady by the name of Zuleika. She lives here. She didn't qualify for funding. She made a little too much money. She's still in this loop. She says, I'm in a cycle. I don't make enough, so she's caught up. And I'm like, you know what? Come to class anyway. I'll cover the cost. So she's the 101. I said, show up. She shows up early, stays late. I said, tell you what, would you be an assistant to the teacher? Sure. She's tickled to death to do that, so she's helping us out. We're going to find a way. So going forward from that, and I have a note here. It says, slow down, Doug, because your mom always told you you talk too fast, so I'll slow down. The progress that we're making in securing additional funding sources. I know this is outside of the box, folks, but this is what I'm doing. I got to know a program called Lift Technologies. It's not the Lift that you have here. It's Lift Technologies. They're out of Detroit. They're a DOD-funded group. They have expanded to Puerto Rico. I've built a relationship with them. They want to partner with M1 and bring all of their programs here in partnership, and they want to fund them with the DOD money. And they want to add M1 to their program, and they're coming here. When I have that date, Gary, so that you know, they updated me. It's going to be like August because they're coordinating all their leadership team. It takes a little bit longer. Outside the box, if we can find funding somewhere, I'm going after it. Okay? Their program starts out being for veterans and spouses and family members. And I said, well, here's the thing. I want to be able to add that to the civilian population. And they said, after we get a few months under our belt, we can do that, which is exciting. We're going to change the rules. Okay, the next thing, the youth. We've got to reach them earlier. How do we know if someone in 9th grade is interested in medical unless they experience it? So we find a way, always, and we always will. I found that the Medical Simulation Center, because I'm in healthcare, after seeing that, my mind just went crazy. I said, it's not being used. So we submitted a contract to the Medical Simulation Center to team with them, and we're going to do a beta program. And I got ahead of myself here too because we submitted a proposal to the Department of Education. And we're going to introduce medical terminology and interactive anatomy into the high schools. We're going to start this program in June. And if that works well, we'll go forward, okay? That's going to use the resources that are here. It's going to introduce at a young age to find out if they're even interested in medical. Get kind of dry. The next thing is, we had a young lady that started our class in cohort 3, and it really hit me hard. She showed up, she was doing everything right, but she was struggling. And she was hung around later on, and she says, I'm blind in one eye. And I was like, okay. So I started doing some digging. And if you don't know, Shami Carr is the director of disability rights. Got to know her, and she's agreed to kind of be a point person for us. I said, if I find somebody like that, what do we do? How do we deal with this? And she says, you point them to me and I'll help. So I've done that. We've handed her off so that we can deal with some accommodations. And I told this lady, I said, if I have to buy you a large screen monitor to make it better for you, I will. Because she has the ability, the desire, and she wants to go do this, but she can't help it. So we're going to change the rules, and we're going to find a way to get it done. Those are some things that in our bigger picture plan, in our proposal that we're going to submit here in the coming weeks is going to include solutions for that. The next one that I've done is I've submitted a proposal to a private finance company for those that don't fit into the funding buckets that's currently in place, and asked them if they'll work with us for a student loan program. I'm waiting to hear back, and I'm going to keep knocking on that door. I have another program that I would like to suggest, and I'll submit this. It's a student line of credit grant program, and if the student completes the program successfully, enters the workforce, and lives in the Virgin Islands for 2 years, it can be funded. These are for people that don't fit the funding buckets that are currently there. And this is just an idea to find some solution that puts people to work, trains them, and puts them to work. Okay, let me get to this other one here. We've already submitted a proposal to FHA because they came to our program and they wanted to see what we're doing, and they was really excited about it. And I said, who do I talk to about submitting a proposal, a bigger picture plan? And I said, would you look at the proposal? And it was Donnie. And he said, sure. So I submitted that. And I said, this is what I believe we can do with just the billing, outpatient coding, and inpatient coding. The remainder of this year, in 3 years, so 3.5 years, I want to create 900 remote workforce jobs in coding, being inpatient, outpatient, and billing here. That's very doable because there's 20,000 job openings right now, and I'm fixing to prove that to you. We have some other barriers that we're dealing with, but I'm really not going to go and bore you with those because you already know what they are. It comes down to funding. We have some barriers that we've identified with students that we're working on finding solutions. And you'll find I'm not real patient when I have people that wants and have certain needs. I'm going to find a way. Computer skills training. They're handed to us and they don't know what a URL is. They don't know basic computer skills. So I'm spending a lot of our resources training people on basic computer skills. So we're going to do a self-assessment in the very beginning. So when someone signs up, they're going to answer a few questions, and then they're going to be directed to either a program that we come up with, or we can work with UVI-CEL and come up with some way to kind of hand them off to make sure that they get the skills they need and be more successful at our program like ours. We got to give them the tools they need and prepare them. The other thing, childcare. We don't care if they bring the kids with us. We love kids. I got 6 kids. We're watching kids during class, folks. We're babysitting. They want to work, they want to learn, and they want to improve their life, so we're going to do whatever it takes. But long term, we have to come up with a different solution. So I'm needing some input at some point in time. How do we address short-term child care? Have an idea, but we'll go down that road a little bit later. Transportation has been an issue. We've been dealing with that personally. All this is out of pocket. We're trying to just, whatever it takes to get them there, whatever it takes to make it work. And a lot of times, if they can't, or they're on their way, or they have a breakdowns or what it is, our instructors are actually doing the class 2 and 3 times because they'll hold class again just for those people. And we'll do that. Next, as far as the tuition funding, I don't think we should steer away from what you already have. I think we should find new funding models, and that's what I'm going to do. This Lift Technologies defense contract, we're already moving forward with that. So I'm going to keep everyone updated on what we're doing with that. That's exciting, and I think it can be something that will contribute to funding everything we're doing. I do want to give you a quick update as far as our progress on cohort 1 and 2. There's 28.
Mr. Rideout, I'm going to have to ask you to do that in like 2 minutes because I have 2 senators who I have to accommodate this morning. So
Okay, I'll talk
if you
fast.
can do that.
Tell you what, I'll skip that page. We
Okay.
have a summary. I have a summary. How about this? If you have any questions, I'll be happy to send you the debrief on anything here, folks. But I'm so proud of our students. But what makes all this real is the fact that there are jobs out there today that does not require us building anything, giving any tax breaks or anything like that. They're available today working remotely. We have to change our thinking and go after them. And I'll send you all the information, and I've presented this in my testimony. There's QR codes where you can go yourself and you can see the jobs each and every day in these career fields. Not me telling you. This is what we tell everyone. Take ownership of your career, find the jobs. You tell me how many jobs there are and the salaries. And if you want to do that, we'll help you move forward. I think I got 12 seconds maybe. As far as job placements, our efforts so far, the local hospitals we've already met with, they want to hire our coders and billers. At Juan Louis, we've already met with the CEO, Plesson. This is really cool, so I'll talk quick. Nurcio is a national nursing staffing company. They want access to our 90 hospitals, M1's 90 hospitals. I said, I'll do that, but I want you to add medical billing, medical coding, outpatient coding, inpatient coding, and when you have needs, you hire U.S. Virgin Islanders. And they said, that's a win all the way around. We're doing that. Alliant Management is one of our corporate contracts. Every time we add work there, we're hiring U.S. Virgin Islanders. I have my vision here, but I think you're getting a picture of what that is. I'll get right to the point. Our plans, we're going to target demand-driven jobs that create disposable income, working remotely, trained within a year, and creates attractive career paths to stop the brain drain. Because if we don't do that, kids are going to keep leaving. And I'm not ever going to create a job that I wouldn't want for my kids or my grandkids. That's just the way it is. A young man that we met at your job fair came to me and said, I'm leaving the Virgin Islands. He said, I'm stuck here.
Mr. Rideout, I am a teacher at heart, so I know when to stop people.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes, because you'll be able to answer some more when we actually engage.
Perfect.
And I do want the two senators that I know have to leave early, I do want them to hear Mr. Isaac. So
Thank you very much.
sure, no problem. Go ahead, Mr. Isaac.
I'll make it short, too.
Short and sweet, right?
Okay. Anybody hear me? Good morning, all. I'd like to thank the Honorable Senator James and her staff for inviting me here this morning to speak about a registered apprenticeship program and its place in workforce development and education. I grew up here in St. Croix and graduated from St. Joe's High School, left for college, played sports, and obtained a business degree from Northeastern University in Boston. My career path led me down to becoming a Major League Baseball player agent, and that's where my career for the past 21 years or so has been. Recently, my career, my second career, which is in the construction QA/QC manager approach in the greater Boston area, forged a path for me to become a FEMA badge contractor with the Department of Homeland Security. My background and training in disaster recovery and inspections and public assistance led my development back to the Virgin Islands in 2018-19 to work in the disaster recovery efforts. And after accomplishing completion of my duties here in the Virgin Islands, I flew back to Boston and immediately decided that heading back home to work and potentially relocating would be the best thing to do, just based on all of the opportunities and work left here to do to help people get through their well, sort of some of the worst times of their life, Category 4 and 5 storms in Irma and Maria. And so the idea was born to form 340 Integrated Project Team. Program is a 2-year program. We approached the Department of Labor about the idea to become involved in construction OJT, and led to establishment of a registered apprenticeship program, which is 340 IPT, registered apprenticeship program. The program has been developed and now is at the completion stage. We have a 2-year program that is centered around construction OJT, and there's 2 parts to it. The nurse certification portion of the program, which is the soft skills portion of the program, and then within completion of that, you move on to actual construction OJT, which is work. Construction OJT is a job from day one. We're able to pay participants or apprentices and place them within construction, all areas of construction. Our program is not designed to do just a single area of construction. It's all areas of construction, engineering, soil testing, developments, and with this in mind, we are at a stage now where the Skills for Today program is completing, and we have a task to work with current service providers and others who are completing those trainings and provide a path for people looking to transition into the construction field that has just completed the training. Our program also consists of a portion where we're training local contractors. They're a huge part of the program because they provide the necessary training for people transitioning into the field that have completed only soft skills. It's a difficult transition to go directly from training to the prime jobs in the construction field. There has to be that intermediary portion of training where apprentices are working at their pace, learning a trade and learning how to apply it in a real, in a competitive setting where time is required and you have to meet deadlines. And so one of the things we look at is if we're able to slow the process down and place apprentices with current contractors who will work at their pace, the results are better, and we have more of a success rate that way. As we move forward with some of the developments of programs, one of the things that we find that is lacking is a direct project outlet for people wanting to work. We have a lot of projects that are funded on the federal level and are sitting there, and we have a lot of people who have graduated these training programs on the other side and are waiting for work. As construction OJT and someone looking to make sure that we are hiring and putting people in place to succeed, we are currently seeking ways to bridge the gap between projects that are sitting and people who are on the side and create, develop these jobs so that people can actually go to work. There is a number of shovel-ready projects, so to speak, and we are talking here about graduation and the recent graduates that are coming out of all the technical training schools in different areas, and we find now this is a perfect time to be able to develop and bridge those gaps with people looking for work and looking to get involved. And so with those things in mind, we're looking to have more of a dialogue with our workforce development and education stakeholders so that we can have a better,
Excuse me, Mr. Isaac. I don't know if it's because both of you are training providers. I don't know. But I'm going to have to end your presentation right now.
Okay.
I am patient. I was a teacher Those of us who are teachers know. But we're going to engage you. So be ready for that. Be ready for that. And it's only in the interest of time because my two colleagues, they have burning questions, and I would love to provide them with the opportunity to ask. So I want to thank you for your testimonies. I want to acknowledge that my vice chair is in the room, in the chambers, Earl Beatley Chambers and St. Thomas, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome. We're going to start first, though, with Senator Frankie Johnson, and he is virtual. So, Senator Johnson, are you ready?
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Wait,
to
hold on one
my
second,
colleagues.
Senator Johnson. 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
I want to say thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me this opportunity to, go ahead of some of my colleagues due to some really serious engagements I have to take part in. But I want to say good morning to the people of this territory. I want to say good morning to all the testifiers. But I must say something here today before I even start my line of question. Miss Joan Murphy, I want to say to you, I haven't met someone coming in this chamber as candid as you have been here today. And I deeply appreciate that. When someone comes inside this chamber and say to us, these are the problems, without fear. So I take my hat off to you, and also to Mr. Douglas Rideout. You come with a passion that the Virgin Islands definitely need more of both of you guys here. Because if we're going to succeed and our children are going to do better, this is what we need. We need candidness. We need people that have that energy and that drive to move forward. Because if we don't say what's happening, we will continue fooling each other, and that's not what we're here for. So I definitely want to say thank you to you guys. But before I get to you all, I want to ask Commissioner Malloy. You spoke a little bit about the insurance liability, but you didn't speak about the FUTA. And I need for you to explain a little bit about the FUTA and why the Virgin Islands government, why the people of the territory, I should say, is paying back 3.6% when New York is 0.3, Illinois is 0.3, Connecticut is 0.3, and California is 0.3. Can you help me a little bit with that? Because I didn't see any testimony on that.
Yeah, yes, Senator. The FUTA, I'll do a brief and then I can turn it over to either Director of Unemployment Insurance or Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. But the FUTA, or the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, that is the fees that are being paid by the employers is tied directly to the fact that the Virgin Islands has an outstanding loan. Once we have a loan balance with the U.S. Department of Labor based on the National Trust Fund, and that loan balance occurred because we had to borrow, the Department of Labor had to borrow on behalf of employers.
Commissioner, excuse me a minute, please. I understand all that, and for time's sake, my question is basically, why is the Virgin Islands paying 3.6%, and these other 4 states that are under the same condition is paying 0.3%? That's basically what I would like to know, if you can.
Basic answer is because we have a loan balance. We've been on the list of borrowing longer than everybody else. And so because of the time we've been on there, every January, once there's a loan balance, there's going to be an assessed amount that has to be paid.
So we have not been paying?
We have been paying, but there's a balance that was there, and it grows every year. We make payments every year, but the employers make the payments on the principal, and the Department of Labor makes the payments on the interest every September.
I'm going to ask for me and you to have a little meeting because I really want to understand it, because the percentage that we are paying, and sometimes people go in a store and want to know why the price is up so much, but these businesses that has this insurance fund for employees have to put that money up, and that's 3.6%. So I'll set a meeting with you to help me out, please.
I'll just say that's why we're holding the town halls right now, because we're moving to the new tax methodology, the payroll variation. That's Act 8209, and that explains the entire process as to why we are here right now. And that's why we're trying to make sure that January 1, 2024, is going to be a new tax application, but it's still not going to alleviate the reasons why the employers in the territory have to pay the FUTA tax. That's paid directly to the IRS. There's a SUTA tax, the state unemployment tax, that's paid locally to our local trust fund.
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And let me go right down to Ms. Murphy with Ctec. What is the number of instructors needed in both districts, which will complete the required staffing for a successful program? That's Ms. Murphy.
Well, it's going to require revamping the idea of career tech education. In other words, we can't compete with the private industry as far as hiring teachers, CTE, because they're just paid so much more in private industry. So we would like to, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay. We're considering looking at hiring journeymen who would be willing to work perhaps 9 hours a week at a reasonable rate. We know we're not going to get them full time, but if we can do that, okay, that would help to boost CT programs in the territory. That's one of the ideas that we're working on.
So at the end of the day, the biggest problem you're having is, as far as high-end qualified instructor, is pretty much the salary that is not competitive enough for them to leave their work environment to come and teach.
Part of the problem is the salary. Part of the problem is the structure of CTE in the Department of Education.
30 seconds.
There is so much that they have to deal with. CTE is not a priority for them. And it needs to become a priority, not just lip service. Because we're losing teachers at an alarming rate. I was appalled that our adult CTE teachers for our adult programs haven't been paid since February in the St. Croix district. There's a difference. The CTE adult teachers on St. Thomas are payroll teachers. On St. Croix, they're per diem. And that was a decision that was made years ago.
Time.
And from when you say they didn't get paid, from when?
Since February. When we have inquired into this, we can't get an answer. When we ask how much money the education receives for CTE programs, we're not getting an answer. When our students, our CTE students would like to go to the various competitions, what we call the Career Technical Student Organizations, a very important part of CTE, they're being told, no, there's no money for that. And we don't know how much.
We're going backwards. That's something that we used to do when I was going to high school.
Okay. The CTSOs are an important part of all our CTE programs. Okay, and it's actually in the Perkins Law regarding the CTSOs. But the fact that we can't even get our students to participate in these major competitions, in these program development areas, that's a problem.
I'd like to share my number with you. Can you please take down my number? I would like to have a meeting with you. I really would like to have some discussion to see where we could definitely find ways to make this happen. My number is 340-474-4131. I definitely need to have a conversation with you, and please share my number with Mr. Douglas Rideout. I definitely need to have some conversation. I'm impressed with what you both are trying to do to help with this territory and our children, most of all, because what you're doing and what the other gentleman, Mr. Isaac, is trying to make sure we have that workforce that we definitely don't have, and for those that are not college bound, that they can definitely have this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
I really want to say thank you very much for this opportunity and allow me to go forward because of my prior engagements, and I definitely will stay tuned, and please forward all information to my office. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your questions on point. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, go right ahead. I recognize you for your minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My colleagues that spoke earlier touched on the unemployment insurance, and Ms. Malloy, I want to take a minute to go back there. So there is outstanding debt of some $89.7 million. Is there or has there been any conversation about us having a discussion on a national level for possible forgiveness on the loan amount?
Yes, Senator. Short answer, yes.
What's the process? Because I believe that, I mean, based on where we are in the territory, based on our numbers as far as our population, I mean, there's so many things to consider. We should be really pushing forward to make this happen because, you know, the percentage that our local businesses here are paying, you know, that's being passed on to us, and that's part of why our inflation looks the way it looks. So let's talk about this. Is there an earnest push to make this happen, or is just something that is a fleeting conversation?
No, there's been an earnest push, and that is tied to what we got passed with your help in 2019 with Act 8209 to change to a different tax methodology, because it's tied to the experience rating that we have to be in compliance with the federal laws. And so with that, the issue of borrowing got a little worse when the pandemic came. So the numbers increased. Remember, there was a plan in place to be able to pay off that loan by 2024 prior to the pandemic. And once the pandemic came,
yes,
we had to borrow again, which then increased it from the 63 million to about the 89. It actually went to about 97 million, and it's coming down a bit. And Director Halliard could give some more information. It's coming down about 5 million a year.
I want the information, Mr. Malloy. I'm trying to figure out what type of conversations we're having on a national level, and is there any, like, a real push for consideration for forgiveness? That's basically it.
Forgiveness.
So if there's anything that we need to do from the legislative end, we need to know what that is so we can support getting some of it, all of it, whatever that is, forgiven.
Yes, so the issue of we need to support the legislature to change the implementation date to January 2024. We also need there's discussions about the possible utilizing the only amount that can be paid off is the amount that is that we incurred during the pandemic. That is a possibility of trying to use ARPA funding, if possible, to be able to do that. But it does not erase the entire debt.
Okay, so on full disclosure, I did have a conversation with the governor about this, and you know, I think that it's time that we begin to take this matter seriously. We can't continue to push these debts forward year on year. So we could have a conversation outside of this this discussion, but I think that we need to make a major push to make this happen. All right, so let's talk about our programs. And of course, Mr. Malloy, you know that in the 34th or the 33rd legislature, I moved a legislation with regards to CTE and workforce development, et cetera.
2
who's here
minutes
from the Workforce Development Board? Is anyone here? Okay, so let me ask then.
Yeah, Ms. Boyce is here.
I know that Mr.
Yes,
Ms.
Senator,
Boyce,
good
you're here?
day.
Okay,
I'm
good
representing
morning.
Chairman
Okay, so let me ask. I know that there was a testimony given by Mr. Douglas Rideout, a very passionate testimony. But I want to ask, how do we identify what professions are those professions that are the future professions for the Virgin Islands in these programs that we have? Because
yes,
I know that there's
Senator.
legislation passed that requires the Workforce Development Board to do that, to look at that every 5 years to establish what are those necessary or needed professions in the Virgin Islands, and then training. We develop our programs based on that. So somebody help me.
Yes, Senator Sonia Boyce, representing Chairman Michael Carty. We looked at the RAND study and Vision 2040. We went through that and looked at the demand sectors, those that would basically impact the territory on a large scale, and we created our demand sector list from that.
Okay, so your demand sector list is basically those programs that Mr. Rideout and Mr. Rideout in particular is focusing on today, correct?
Mr. Ryder, because of the need right now for healthcare in the territory, establishing our healthcare industry and making sure that, as he alluded to, the brain drain, that we don't lose Virgin Islanders, especially those who are graduating, in that, and who have an interest in that field, that they stay in the territory and we establish it so that our hospitals and our medical industries have
Ms.
people to work.
Ms. Boyce, my time is running and I don't want to cut you off.
Sorry.
My question was very specific. We should be identifying those professions that matter to the Virgin Islands, that are important to the Virgin Islands, because we need to be planning now for the future. So my question is, what is that relationship then between yourself, Mr. Rideout, the Department of Labor, et cetera, as to what are those professions that we're focusing on and whether or not information is being provided to the contractor who is dealing with our programs today?
Time.
It can't be about health professions.
If I may, Senator, there's a coordination. Once the board identifies the demand sectors, then in conjunction with Bureau of Labor Statistics, we run all those. There are surveys that are done with all the employers in the territory. There's short-term and long-term projections that are visible on our Views website that correlates all this information. And so that's what we use the data from BLS, the demand sectors from the board, to put it all together to start determining what types of training programs we could do.
Is that happening now, Mr. Malloy?
It's happening.
Is that happening now?
Yes.
Are we using that information now? That's basically what I'm trying to ask. It takes forever to get a response.
Yes, we are. And that's the whole operation of the Department of Labor. That's what we're doing.
All right, thank you. I believe my time has been covered, Madam Chair, which if you would allow me to ask one last question.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's talk. I want to talk to my good friend, Ms. Murphy. Good morning, Ms. Murphy. How are you?
Good morning, Senator. How are you doing?
I'm good. So I note your concerns and what you've highlighted here. So it makes me beg the question, what is the relationship between the Virgin Islands Department of Education, CTE, and the Board of Education? Because these complaints or these concerns that you've laid out here, we've heard them I've heard them as long as I've sat as a legislator. So what is happening? What's happening within the organizations, yourself, DOE, BOE? Tell me about that relationship, because everything you said is of concern to us as well. But what are we doing externally and as leaders within our community that's responsible for these respective agencies, board, et cetera, to have that coordination? Because I'm not seeing it based on your testimony.
I understand. We're trying to get some of the questions or concerns we've put directly to the Department of Education, to the commissioner, and we haven't gotten responses. Also, for the past year and a half, the chairperson before me, Dr. Francois, again, we're not getting responses from the Department of Education specifically regarding CTE funding. Answers why teachers aren't getting paid, answers why equipment or books aren't being purchased for CTE programs.
Ms. Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Murphy, so again, for me, before we even get to all of that other stuff, we have to establish relationships. So that's basically what my question is. Are the relationships being established? I think you said no because you're not hearing from VIDE. I'm going to let the chair follow up on this because my time has been long called. I really believe that we can't continue to have the same conversations with regards to the CTE, and there's lack of information that's coming to the CTE board and going both ways actually. How do we establish those relationships? Because what's happening here is our young people are the ones that's being impacted by the inability of the adults to just say get along, if you will.
I absolutely agree with you. And we're trying, and we will continue trying to have a working relationship with the DOE administration. It's essential.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory.
Madam Chair, thank you for the
Sure.
All right.
Well, you took a couple of my questions, so I said we're on a boat. We're on the same page, because I had all these exclamation points next to your testimony, especially. When you say we're going to lose half of the programs, we're going to lose the remaining. When you say that, and I agree with you on the high rates of poverty, and so I'm thinking the same thing like the vice chair just said. We are the adults, so we need to figure out, okay, why, for me, especially here on St. Croix, why instructors are not paid since February. So we definitely need to all. I'm almost sounding like Rodney King now. We have to work together. We have to get along, because these are our children.
And we know that DOE receives funding from the legislature for CTE.
Mm-hmm.
But I really don't think they know specifically how much funding they receive for CTE programs. I think it's just all one pot, and they decide how they're going to use it. Because we have asked, for over a year, we've been asking, and they don't know. They have not responded to us.
So there's no designated amount for CTE, that's what you're saying?
Not that we have been able to find out. We've asked numerous people, including the commissioner, and we have not received a response regarding that.
That's astounding to me. And I am concerned about the rotation of administrators, but I definitely will follow through with the Commissioner of Education. But you are actually advocating that we change the structure, because you said that the DOE appointed, well, no, not that line. Let's go to the line where I think you're saying that we should remove the structure, or the organizational structure, where the person responds directly to the Commissioner of Education.
Yes, Dr. Faulkner has newly been hired as the director for CTE and adult education. She should have direct access to the commissioner. Direct understanding how much funding is received from the legislature for CTE.
Okay, sure, but how does the chain of command, I guess I'll use my military words.
It's somewhat confusing to us as well.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, so we both Senator, I'm the chair of this committee, and Senator Fred Gregory is the vice chair. So we're going to have to follow through on this before the next school year, for sure. I wanted to ask, what I'll do is I'll wait, and I will let Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, are you ready to ask your question? 6 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Military hours ready. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good afternoon, all viewing, listening, and present. Madam Chair, when I hear these things, with all due respect, CTE, I am a product of CTE from CAHS auto mechanic class to this day. But it really, really, I will be politically correct and say it really, really offends me and bothers me to hear some of the statements that I hear in regards to CTE, especially not having instructors being paid. I would have to say the legislature in my 4 terms have supported CTE programs, and to come and hear just complaints, annoying to me. Department of Labor, all the testifiers, thank you for all you do. You're trying, you're going to do. It's no easy way going forward, but, to sit here and try to be nice, I ain't going to be a professional, but it is ridiculous for children and for this community to have to hear these kind of things that take place. in our community, especially regarding CTE, another avenue where children can earn a livelihood to take care of themselves and their families for their life. I'm an auto mechanic to this day. So, now for the VI Workforce Development Board, I think Ms. Boyce, on your page 4, you had vocational training programs are designed to equip participants with practical skills necessary to perform various jobs. These programs focus on areas such as construction, trades, culinary arts, healthcare, among others. Our goal is to provide individuals with the necessary skills to both meet the needs of the local employers and build sustainable career. Where or how do you get these vocational instructors to have these programs to train these individuals? I mean, the CTE is saying they can't afford or they can't get it done. What is the issue where workforce development can provide this service, but the CTE cannot provide it? Could you clarify that for me, if possible?
Yes, Senator Graff. We do have service providers. We did put out a press release. We sent out a press release to the community asking for all persons interested in becoming service providers to the board. We did have people who did turn in their applications and board approved. We have the Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center, the Syncro Career and Technical Education Center. We have the NetWave, and then we have Tang Hao Brothers Incorporated who do provide those training. Of course, we're always open to new training providers. So we do go out there and we look for people who are interested in being providers.
So can we shift some of the CTE programs to this type of model that you have for educating and training our students, rather than the upsetting news I keep hearing from CTE, the programs, The sad thing about the CTE issue that really gets on my nerves is I brought a bill for Department of Education to hire vocational education teachers on a contractual basis. Met with the Department of Education, met with the CTE board, and they told me do not bring the bill. Hold the bill because, again, there are other factors and things annoying. And I brought that bill about 3 years ago.
2 minutes.
And to hear this now, boy, we going backwards, in a handbasket. So if I think Ms. Murphy, I don't know if you could look at the model in which the one-stop operator and providers where Workforce Development Board is trying. Could we look at maybe that kind of model to get some of the CTE programs going so it doesn't come to an end? Could we try that?
Definitely. But we're also going
because,
to...
excuse me, if you don't mind, with all due respect, I do apologize. That's all I wanted to hear, definitely, because in your testimony, I heard complaining. Let's have some solutions, man. I want to see, this to sustain and be sustainable and last forever and ever. Amen. To Mr. Doug Rideout and Mr. Alex Isaac, thank you for what you're doing. Keep doing it. We could polish it. We gonna keep it moving forward. I support you guys. You gentlemen, I would probably look to reach out to you and we could see how, your program moving forward. But to try give back to us here and stuff and make what we are doing go forward, I'm all excited about that. And finally, I know I'm rushing against time.
30 seconds.
But Commissioner Malloy, in regards to, we do our kind of programs here in the territory. What should be a livable wage in the territory for our students to be trained here and then to make a decision to decide to stay here? What should be a livable wage for them to decide to stay here versus leaving? So if we training them for all of these things that we're seeing going forward in the workforce development, what do you think should be a livable wage, if you can answer that?
Time.
Yes, I can, Senator. The only way we can answer that is by the data that we collect through Bureau of Labor Statistics, where we survey all the employers. We survey them. Director Halia, just a brief about how we survey them to get those numbers so we know what the wages are within the industry?
Gary Halliard. To do that, yes, a livable wage is all relative to, a point and time and place. And I think the issue is not just about relative wage, it's more of trying to get more employment opportunities. We can't control inflationary factors. We can't think, and as we see, we keep pushing our numbers and our salaries up to inflation to try to cover it. But the thing is, until we start to expand the economy and sort of add value and meet someone else's demand outside, like you heard Mr. M1 tell you that he's going to try to bring hospitals and work with offshore companies. Until that happens, we're going to continue to be in a scenario where we're saying, well, what is a living wage and what can one afford to cover their expenses and live comfortably in the Virgin Islands?
But I want about the surveys that you do with the companies and about the industry is important.
Yes, we do the surveys, and the surveys we collect, and it comes from the covered quarterly reports that we get from employers as far as what individuals are making. And through that, we can then determine or know what exactly each occupation and career is making.
And so based on that, we can determine whether within a particular industry, whether you're in the high end, low end. So we have a pretty good ballpark of what all the occupations in the territory offer. So it would vary based on the industry. So for example, in the construction area, the expectation is going to be higher. And that's why the training is focused on the national certification. So when those individuals get the national certification, that's nationally recognized, we're looking at the industry, whatever the salary range for that particular industry. We call it, we pay the prevailing wage. So what we do with our OJTs, or on-the-job training programs that we do through the Skills for Today program, that funding that we get from the Community Development Block Grant through VI Housing Finance Authority and HUD, we make sure that the OJTs, the individuals that are put on those OJTs, are getting the prevailing wage within the industry band that's identified by the surveys. Okay. So that's a simple question. That's the simple answer in terms of trying to determine what the living wage would be. It's difficult because it would be within the particular industry that the individual is studying or training for.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I have a point of inquiry from Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a point of inquiry from Senator Fred Gregory. Is she? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's along the lines of the discussion. So, Mr. Malloy, I read the testimony of Mr. Alex Isaac. So the question that I have is, do we have, I know that the 32nd legislature passed a apprenticeship measure, and there is a funding source to channel funding into the apprenticeship programs here in the Virgin Islands. So based on what Mr. Alex Isaac is proposing, do we have funding to support individuals in our community who's willing to provide services or a program, apprenticeship program, as he is suggesting or asking? Basically, that's his ask.
The challenge is, the simple answer is yes and no. And I'll say that because the apprenticeship program is a nationally recognized program. The Department of Labor is recognized as a state apprenticeship agency, and the Director of Youth and Apprenticeship is Director Seneca Sebastian. We have a direct relationship with the U.S. Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship. So any sponsor, anybody that wants to become a sponsor of an apprenticeship program has to come through the Department of Labor and meet the requirements. You have a couple options. You can either follow one of the industry curriculum standards that is identified of the thousands that the U.S. Department of Labor has, or we can work with you to make a specific program based on your specific needs. With that, then you have to develop the curriculum, you have to develop everything, and it has to go through the checks and balances and be approved by the U.S. Department of Labor and through our process. Once that happens, what Mr. Isaac is explaining is being a in-between, or being somebody that places individuals specifically in the construction field that helps them to be placed on those jobs. So what would happen in the structure for me, he would have to be able to show, from an apprentice standpoint, he would have to have positions available to be a sponsor to hire those individuals, because it's based on him having positions available, not 1099 positions, full-time positions, and then that structure, he will then be hiring those individuals and then putting them out to industries. That's what I understand. So we have funding that we have been able to do to support the on-the-job training opportunities once we go there. And we do it based on whatever program is designed, and we can do it before 3 to 5 months. We help to subsidize the salaries to ensure that those individuals are being placed at the prevailing wage.
All right, well, thank you for your response. I just want to ask one follow-up on that, and that would be, so that conversation that you just had with me, are we having those type of open conversations with individuals who are interested, like Mr. Alex Isaac?
Yes, as far as I know, Director Sebastian can talk. Mr. Isaac has been engaged with the Office of Apprenticeship on a regular basis. Director Sebastian, anything you can share?
Good morning, Director Sebastian, Department of Labor. Yes, we're having those conversations because we're able to identify different funding sources so we can bring those funds to support the apprenticeship program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Now I will recognize Senator Capehart for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, the people of the Virgin Islands, and the legislative staff. Today's meeting falls directly in line with one of my bill requests and your senatorial agenda today. This is the high school graduation bill that mandates that no high school student in this territory graduates without a plan, whether or not you're going to college, military service, vocational, apprentice, or joining the workforce. Because I find that a lot of students may not decide to go to college or go in all of these areas, but you must have a plan. So I am glad to see that the Department of Labor, and we have other initiatives here in the territory that for our students. And then first I want to just even give kudos to the staff, St. Thomas and St. Croix, Department of Labor, that you have a dedicated staff. And I can only say this because I've had to deal with them in the past. So I just wanted to big them up. I'm very taken back as I hear the testimony today from Ms. Murphy. I've never had the opportunity, as my colleague before me stated, that CTE has been coming before this legislature and talking about the same issues. So I am saying today, as this can of worm open up, Madam Chair, that probably we have a specific meeting to discuss and have Department of Education and the CTE individuals on the board come before us to talk about these issues, because, you know, I understand the need, and it's very important that we address, you know, the instructors not paid competitive rates, programs are not adequately funded. This really alarms me. So I wanted to ask, with all Department of Labor, with all the career fairs and hiring events, one thing that I'm seeing, we could train our people to do these jobs, but what I'm seeing, something in the Virgin Islands that we are missing is good customer service. We need to train these individuals. And I say that to say because 2 weeks ago, I had to tell a young lady that was at a counter that I had to deal with to say, people like you are the reason why we have bad representation in the VI and we get bad feedback. You understand? Because we could bring them, but we have to tell them the importance of good customer service training. So I just want to say we could train them, but we got to train them about good customer service. So some of my questions today was, Commissioner, you mentioned a lot of your programs, but can you describe some of your most successful programs that have actually been making an impact?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And I will tell you right off the bat, summer, the LIFT program, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow.
2 minutes.
Has been the best kept secret, and we let the secret out. We've been, those LIFT interns they have to be in college. They're juniors and seniors in college, and even college graduates that are part of the program. It's an 8-week internship that we put in the summer. It's highly competitive. You have to have a minimum of 2.8 GPA as well as meet some other requirements. So that program has been very successful. We got funding from Governor Bryan to extend it, to do it year-round. So we had a fall and spring program, and Director Sebastian informed me earlier that this summer we have 70 interns in the Labor Investing for Tomorrow program, that LIFT program for this summer. We also have a lot of successful, I'm very, very proud and beaming about the work that both Director Charlene Hodge and Director Shilika Sebastian has been doing in our workforce area. Workforce is on the map. There's nobody in this territory can say that the Department of Labor has not been very engaging in this community in terms of all the programs and the engagement. And so the programs that they're doing is coming from the information from the board, and we're right in the middle of this big dilemma and trying to be able to keep the pendulum moving with the funding that we have. But all the other programs that M1 is doing, we're the ones supporting those cohorts. That's coming from the Skills for Today. So we're doing it in partnership with all of the partners to be able to keep this moving. So
30 seconds.
Those programs that we're talking about is successful are a combination of what we're administering, what our partners are administering, what the board has authorized, and so trying to bring it all together.
Okay, great. With that being said, Ms. Boyce, with all the planning and new developments, what are some of the needs to the board that you can inform us of today?
Yes, Senator. We
We
had a board engagement opportunity, with the board members, because we figured we'd start there to find out, because they're business owners, to find out exactly what their needs are. And that customer service that you talked about, the onboarding, is very crucial. So we are going to incorporate some onboarding webinars, seminars, programs across the territory so people can understand the importance of when you have a job. You have to earn your job. You have to customer service. Good customer service is part of it, and different training opportunities for them. We're looking at getting more connected with the business community, especially the chamber, because we know that there are different technologies that are coming in, especially ChatGTP. Businesses across the nation, corporations, schools, you name it, even universities are now accepting papers written by ChatGTP. We have to start incorporating artificial intelligence into the workplace, because businesses will not be able to meet their bottom line if that is not done, because we will be left behind. We're looking at the hospitality industry. We're looking at solar and wind power, the renewable energies, and we're also discussing with the getting agriculture. We've been meeting with Hawaii Workforce Development. The U.S. Department of Labor has set that up with us, so we're talking with UVI-CEL too, to see how we can start looking at training opportunities, to how we can incorporate technology into agriculture, so where people don't think of agriculture now as just tilling the soil. There's so many different components and different sectors in agriculture that they can start looking at. And one more thing, I did put it in my testimony that we're also We're also looking at the marine industry because this is a big part.
Right.
And there are different issues with housing. Housing is a big issue for people in the territory. If we're talking about bringing back Virgin Islanders to the territory, we have to make sure that housing is at a rate that they can afford. And there's so many opportunities for housing now in the territory. We have to make people more aware of what is available to them. Because like Commissioner Malloy mentioned, the LIFT program is a best kept secret. There's so many best kept secrets here in the territory. It's time we start letting people know, sharing those opportunities so they can start taking advantage of them. And of course, the non-traditional child care opportunities for the child care hours across the territory. So people who may want to work in the hospitality industry or some other industry that they have issues and the children can't, they have to find good quality health child care for them. They now have that opportunity through the Department of Human Services because that's a major issue across the nation and we're not the only ones experiencing that. So it's time now that, Human Services, they have that program and they have started a campaign across the territory to let people know that they can take advantage of those opportunities so they can no longer say, well, I can't go to work because I can't find a place to keep my child. So there are different centers across the territory that are going to be open for extra after hours so that people can take advantage of going back to work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I just ask one question as it pertains to the board, how is the board governed? Do you have bylaws?
Yes, there is an executive order that governs the board, and that is Executive Order. Let's see. Oops, I'm looking at the MOU.
And also the board that is here also, how is your board governed, Ms. Murphy?
I just want to say, isn't the Workforce Development Board the board that has like 27
Yes.
members?
27 members.
There are 27 members. And it's governed by an executive order.
Yeah.
The board, no member, and I'm put that on the record, no member gets paid. It's all voluntary services that comes from their heart. So yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. I'm going to be addressing that housing issue, but I wanted to point out that I went down to Cmte for a tour, and because my next colleague is the one that I was going to refer to, act that was on the wall at Cmte. I think he's familiar with it, Senator Javan James. They actually showed it to me, and I believe it had something to do with funding. So I'll give you an extra minute to explain what I saw because I was totally confused with the fact that people aren't paid, things aren't happening. And I remember they took me, Mr. Gordon took me down the hall and showed me an act that I believe was sponsored by my colleague. So next up is Senator Javan James, who can probably educate us on that.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Before I get into my line of questioning, I want to say congratulations to all the graduates and those who were recently promoted from the class of 2023 on the elementary, junior high, and high school level, and most importantly, the recipients of certificates from the Career and Technical Education Centers in both districts. As of the act that you mentioned, it was passed in the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And as much as I love the governor, of course, it was vetoed at the time and it was overridden. So thank you to my colleagues for seeing the vision with that act. And specifically, the act provides funding for classroom materials, books, and equipment. Because there was a time where I visited, I can't remember his name. He might kill me for this, Mr. Charles, if I'm not mistaken, the welding program. During my first term, he gave me a tour of the facility and he complained, or I should say he brought a concern to me regarding books and materials, and I was like, okay, let me find a way how we can go about providing some funding. So that legislation came as a result of the tour and the conversation I had with him. And of course, it doesn't benefit just him, it benefits all the courses. and the funding is from the fees from gun license and what have you. And of course, at the time, it was going to the general fund. So instead of carrying it to the general fund, it's now going to the VI Education Initiative Fund. And there's a specific fund where the funds are split 50-50 between the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center and the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center. So that was the whole drift of that legislation. As far as the conversation here today, as far as Governor Albert Bryan Jr., he's the head of the executive branch. Can you just give me a brief layout of his overall involvement, objectives, and vision for career and technical education in the Virgin Islands? Anyone, whether it's Department of Labor or the career and technical education representatives here today?
Well, I'll just say, thank you, Senator. Overall, the Department of Labor has been charged with moving the workforce agenda. Governor Bryan's initiative to me is to transform the Department of Labor into the Department of Workforce Development and Securities, where workforce is essential. Now, this is a public workforce system, which includes the board they report directly advisory to the governor, and then within the structure, all members of these different boards, the CTE, Board of Education, are part of the Workforce Development Board. And so there's a structure. Now, so the importance of this, is key. We're talking about, and I'm sitting here about education and Ctec, and it's all about educating the people of the Virgin Islands, whatever choices that they make. And so some people are of the opinion that we have to go through the 4-year process, go through the 4-year degree, and it's very clear that the Virgin Islanders need options, and CTE is the clear option. So it can't be an either or. It has to be a consistent strategy that encompasses all.
CTEC board? Or representatives of CTEC?
Okay, we are the CTEC board. I'm the chairperson of the board. But yes, I think Governor Bryan is fully behind CTE and promoting CTE in the Virgin Islands. He is also interested in developing a technical college, which I think is the missing link in the Virgin Islands. However, everybody may not be on board with that dream.
Wait, you say everyone? Who is every? You don't have to call any names, but we are the first branch of government. We provide the funding. If we see there's a need for it, I don't know who is those everyone, but we can make it happen. So, go
2
ahead,
minutes.
speak. Unless you're talking about individuals in here, I'm not sure. But go ahead, proceed. Go ahead.
Well, it is going to take a group effort. It's going to take people from the Department of Education, Labor. It's a group effort to develop the technical college, to develop CTE as it should be developed in the Virgin Islands.
I don't want to get you in trouble. Just stay right
thank
here.
you.
But we will deal with that. But thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act, as far as you and your capacity, and is a congressional act of Congress, can you speak to your involvement as far as lobbying Congress to find out ways we can improve, knowing that we're a territory, we are to certain disadvantages compared to certain states based on per capita and population? Ms. Murray.
Executive Director Deuce. As you know, the board was enacted specifically to attract federal funds and administer federal funds. However, over the past years, boards go, boards come, governors put board members in or not. So for many years, the board was understaffed, and as a result from that, the legislation in the past had moved the authority that the board had at the time into the Department of Education, including funding, etc.
30 seconds.
Unfortunately, with that, the Perkins funding, state plan, etc., went to the State Office of Career and Adult Education. So at this moment in time, Perkins is governed by the State Office of Career Technical Education and managed by the Department of Education. So to sum it up, the board has been formed without power to enforce. And so that's why we repeat ourselves at the legislative hearings that, as you rightfully said, you are the guys which can change things, right? So CTE as it is today does not work. It has to stand on its own legs. It has to be governed from the board on down in one direction. It can't go left, right, up, down into academia, because academia is its own horse.
Time.
Right?
To my staff who should be listening, go back to that so we can revisit that. In closing, I just want to say regarding Governor Bryan's vision for the construction boom that we're expecting with the hurricane recovery, I just want to make sure out of all things, because we still have individuals with blue roofs, we still have individuals who have been suffering with the Envision program. We need to take care of Virgin Islanders. I respect all those individuals that are doing here and all those things, but right now we have some serious matters regarding the construction industry, and we need to ramp up. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James Sr. I want to thank Senator Joseph for her patience and for allowing everyone to go because in front of her, because she has been here patiently waiting. So Senator Joseph, thank you, and your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Patience is definitely a virtue, and I hope that I continue to exercise it with a level of valor. I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Chair, as well as my colleagues, testifiers, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I have some questions here, and some of them were asked before, so I'm not going to revisit them. But I wanted to first start off with the Department of Labor. I want to say, I know you're hardworking people. I've had to interface over the years with Ms. Sebastian and Ms. Hodge when I managed the Youth Build program, which was sponsored by the Housing Authority, and they have been always helpful, always insightful, and they're very passionate about the work they do on behalf of our young people and adult workers as well. Now, page 4, Commissioner Malloy, you indicated under your subheading the overview of unemployment insurance, and on page 4 you said you're going to change now from 26 to 13 weeks, and this is going to improve persons returning to employment. Why is the change? Because we have persons who would be looking for employment opportunities and they can't. And if you shorten the weeks that they are being entitled to unemployment insurance, what will fill the gap there? Because they still may not be able to find employment. I'm trying to understand the rationale behind of this. And if you could be succinct, because I have some other questions.
Thank you, Senator. And that is tied to the mere fact that we don't have enough participation in our workforce. We need people. One of the things that is affecting that is the amount of individuals and the length of time that individuals are on the unemployment program. The program right now.
Your team, one moment for me. Is your team aggressively and urgently working with your employers and your listing to place those individuals in jobs? What is your placement rate? Do you have to demonstrate that to your funders, to the Department of Labor? Do you collect that data?
The entered employment is a rate that we have to report to the U.S. Department of Labor. The issue with
your placement, your job placement, when people come into the Department of Labor and they're unemployed, how is your department working now to transition those persons back into the workforce?
Again, very aggressively with the RESA program as well as our workforce strategies. The issue is the difference between, we make the connection, but remember, we can't force employers to hire. So that's the key. So I'll give you an example.
I understand that, but I'm asking, do you collect data with your placement rate for unemployment? That's all I'm asking.
We do collect the data, yes.
Okay, and what is it?
Well-
What is your placement rate? That's what I need to know. And if you don't have it, just let us know so I can move on to my next question.
We'll provide it
because
at a later time.
that is telling the effectiveness. So do you have that placement rate?
We can give it to you at a later time.
Okay, Madam Chair, through the chair, I would like the Department of Labor to supply its placement rate for individuals who are unemployed because they're shortening this time frame. And so that the
2
onus
minutes.
is on them. And also, how are we training? See, I tell you, I have a whole bunch of questions here. Now, how are we providing training for them? Because that's also a mechanism for placement. How many have you placed in a training program and have then become employed? Do you have that data?
We can have that data. We can supply you with the data.
Okay, that is another area I would like to see because we have monies that's being spent, and at the end of the day, similar to the graduates, the main focus is employment. Okay, that's why we train and we educate people so that they could become employed or they can become business owners. So that is something I haven't heard too much about, those level of entrepreneurship training and preparation. What is the Department of Labor doing? And then I need to switch quickly to the board, the Workforce Investment Development Board.
All our trainings are based on interest, so those individuals that are interested in entrepreneurship, it's one of the 14 program elements within the youth programs. It's then continued through any of the training that's supported by the demand sectors of the board. So all our trainings are designed based on interest.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Chair, I know I'm just going to ask you beforehand, I'm going to run out of time. And I've been
Go right
patient.
ahead. Go right ahead, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Now, I wanted to ask the Workforce Development Board, Ms. Sonia Boyce, could you indicate to us, I didn't see it in your testimony, and I think it would be beneficial to everyone, especially our listening audience, who are the members of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board? Who are the members? How many members you have, as well as, and I went on your website, I didn't see it there either. Who are they? Because we're having an issue right now between the Ctec, and I suspect Ctec, is Ctec a member of your board?
Yes, Dr. Faulkner does represent CTEC, but Senator Joseph, I don't have the list with me of all the members, but I will certainly get that information to you.
Okay, that would be helpful through the chair, so we could also hold them accountable. Madam Chair, I'm going to just try to wrap up because I do have a lot of questions here that I've been collecting over the past hour. I wanted to also ask, you as a state director, is a member of your board, can you not be a part of the mediation group that addresses these issues that CTEC board and our career and technical divisions are having regarding the payment? Can you not, or you are the chairman or whomever, formulate a group to have a discussion with the Department of Education, because the Department of Education, the commissioner is a member also of the board, correct?
Yes, Senator. We will take your advice and we will set that up so we can see how best we can, because we do have the governor's representative is also on the board, and we will reach out to her so she can start creating that dialogue so we can get some things happening. So thank you for that suggestion.
I really think this is how it should be handled, because you said even in your state plan, and I'm quoting it, the Workforce Development Board will serve as the change agent. It need a change. This whole dialogue has been happening with the CTEC and the Department of Education for too long. We have to be solutions driven. Always, and I continue, always sounding the alarm with our partners. CTEC is your partner, and the community. Those are the people who are providing the services for training our people. Alerting on the urgency. Ms. Murphy indicated this is an urgent matter to pay the people. The people are training individuals and they haven't been paid since February. That's unheard of. How are these people supporting themselves and their families? So it's very critical that we come to a solution. All the solutions sometimes is not legislation, It's us as a people. We have the wherewithal to get these things resolved. And so I would encourage you, Ms. Boyce, as well as Ms. Murphy and others, to really sit down and truly come to a solution and divorce yourselves of the egos and the like, and put in front of you our people who needs to be trained, because we are having a major deficit with the human resources, the qualified and capable and people to do the work. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway. I deeply appreciate it.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph, and I do like that last point about trying to facilitate a resolution. I definitely agree with that. I want to say that my colleague with my same name, when he talked about the funding that he had gotten through the Act, I visited the welding program, and it's still an issue. He complained about not having materials, and that's why I wanted to point it out to him, because you pass legislation, but what happens? Nothing if it's not implemented. So I want to ask you this, though. I did a little research when I had gone and seen what he had done and what has been done by other jurisdictions, like North Dakota, and I'm going to point it out. It said that with ARPA funding, they expanded their career technical education spaces, because when I visited his area, the area where the welding is done, it is in need of upgrading, renovation. And it said that CT leaders should consider using ARPA funding to expand, improve, or otherwise modernize CTE facilities. And I was wondering if there was any discussion around the use of ARPA funds for the modernization of the CT facilities.
Not to my knowledge, but there will be. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great. In addition to that, I don't know whether the commissioner or Mr. Rideout can help me with this, but I was reading that the rise of remote work doesn't show up locally as a in-demand occupation, but it is a national in-demand, right? So in a case like that, would funding help someone like Mr. Rideout, who may actually he's still providing people here with jobs, but it's not for jobs located here? You understand my question, whether or not, does that still work? Does that still work?
Yes, it does. Excuse me. Yes, it does, Senator, because the individual will be employed here, but thus providing the service elsewhere.
Okay.
Now, the challenge is this. Many of our positions within the government are more forward-facing and are not eligible to work remotely. And so that's the challenge that we're going to have the bigger discussion about in terms of how we're going to restructure some of the workflow within the overall government.
Yep, thank you, because Mr. Rideout mentioned that his positions could pay up to, I think you said 60,000?
Yes.
Hey, I mean, how many, we would then also, Commissioner, the iSlice program, we would be able to get people to own their own homes. There's a connection, because right now, housing is a barrier, wouldn't you say, to workforce development? Can you expound on that?
Yeah,
Because
it's a
you know
major
that.
barrier.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator, it's a major barrier. Governor Bryan, when you hear him, he continues to talk about the fact that we need people and we need housing for those individuals to be able to stay. And so that's why that VI Slice is part of the initiative to help Virgin Islanders get homes. And so there are other initiatives on the way to be able to try to get workplace housing for individuals. And some of the companies throughout the territory are being very, very creative in terms of how they're recruiting. And we're working, again, with the RT Park, with our Virgin Islands Abroad, when they recruit individuals and when they get individuals to help us fill those vacancies that we don't necessarily have a Virgin Islander with the locally, with the credentials, where we have somebody from the mainland. A part of the recruiting package is including some of those same resources that includes housing, and they're looking into creative ways of providing those opportunities.
I was going to ask you that about the RT Park because they clearly want to bring people home, and so how is that going to work with the housing crisis? But if that's part of the package, then how do we probably not for you but for housing? We have to increase the housing stock and find a way to solve that problem. Which goes to my next question about the governor saying that we would need all these people, 5,000 people for construction jobs. Where are those people going to come from? And I think when you and I spoke, there was that issue about immigrants coming in. Can you explain, is that possible? How do we approach that as a territory? And does it involve, I guess, immigration, labor? Talk a little bit about that.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And just like Ms. Boyce mentioned, the RAND study is what the Governor Bryan is referring to. That study was done by FEMA, that when the census showed that we had 106,000 people in the Virgin Islands, to be able to get through the recovery, we would need 106,000 plus 5,000 more people to walk. Our census now is down to about 86,000. You're still going to need, so you're going to need the difference. So we're going to have to come to the realization that we're going to have to import workers because we do not have the workforce locally. We're doing the best that we can with all the training programs, especially in the construction area, which is why the Skills for Today program, Governor Bryan, we worked on to get the grant from the Community Development Block Grant money, that $10 million to be able to train 640 individuals, 400 in construction. So we're doing that. But we're going to have, a part of labor, we have our foreign labor certification program and our work opportunity tax credit program that's managed through by Director Charlene Hodge in our workforce division that works in conjunction, especially the foreign labor certification. We work in conjunction with immigration, but there's certain requirements that the Department of Labor has to do, and then we work in conjunction with them to make sure that the need for anybody that's having to import workers, it has to come through that formal process.
I'm glad you mentioned that because you and I are too young to know what happened when Hess brought in all those people, right? Was it like under similar? I mean, I don't know if you know the answer to that.
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Gary Hallett, I don't know the specific answer, but yes, we had to go through, it was a different time. It wasn't Homeland Security, but it was still bringing under a visa program of bringing individuals into the territory to fill the demand.
Would that, but most of those people ended up staying as residents.
Yes, some did, some left, some moved as the oil industry changed, because some left also, as we saw when Hovenza closed and left and went to Texas, Houston, and so it's like history is repeating itself.
That's true. Good point. So with that's a really good point. It is like history repeating itself. So with the foreign labor certification program, if I'm a contractor and I bid on a job and I need 100 women, right? People. Do I then come to labor first, and I say, you know what, I will go to an island where I know there are trades people. What do I do? How do I start?
Director Hodge?
Good afternoon, Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development. So with the foreign labor certification, you have to post your position within the U.S. This includes the Virgin Islands and the United States. And if you cannot find the help that you need or the people that you need, then you start a foreign labor certification. You have to post. USDOL is the entity that will approve your request.
So I would post locally and
You have to post
nationally.
locally and nationally within the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the United States.
And then if I don't get a response, then I apply for the foreign labor.
Labor certification.
Do you know if anyone is doing that locally? Any
Department
local?
of Education does.
I know, but I'm talking about construction, the construction industry.
No, construction, not right now.
No one has.
No.
So we're stuck then, right? Are we?
Yes and no, because, and I'll let legal counsel talk about what we've been working on with the Office of Disaster Recovery, UVI. We're in a regular meeting where we had workforce-related meetings, because in those contracts for the contractors that are bidding on these recovery jobs, there's specific language in there that we made sure that's in there to protect our local residents as well as the minority, our contractors. And Nisha?
Good afternoon, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. So as the Commissioner mentioned, we're doing several different initiatives. We're meeting with UVI and the partners to make sure that, for one, we engage with people who are in the construction-based industries, to have them have language, to have apprenticeships, as well as minority businesses. So in the event, for example, we have a business that is not covered here, that may want to come in, and they don't find the workers, we'd be able to encourage them to use those two areas. But of course, there's nothing that stops any business in the United States to be able to do that. The foreign labor certificate is put there so that, of course, American citizens can be able to have the opportunities first before we have people who are brought in from other nations, but we want to have a legal avenue for them to do that.
Great, thank you. I want to recognize Senator Gittins for your 6 minutes. Senator Gittins, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I was attending another meeting, but I wanted to be here from the start, but it overlapped. So forgive me if I ask anything that have been covered already. I wanted to come from a different angle based on occupational safety and health. However, before I go there, I wanted to ask the Department of Labor, what kind of summer youth programs or summer employment programs you currently have in place?
Director Sebastian?
Seneca Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. We have our annual summer program where we're able to provide opportunities for over 700 students this year. And the occupations may vary in different occupations. We try to place the students based on their interests, and then we reach out to employers to connect them with.
So over 700, how is this broken down? Is this over 700 per district?
Territorial.
And what's the breakdown?
We usually break down half.
Usually break down half. That's not answering my question.
And why I say that, because if we have an extra load of applications in one district, we accommodate those applications.
So
Our intentions may be to be half and half, but based on applications, one district may have more placement.
So to date, what do we have?
Applicants? To date, we have about 900 plus applicants.
So this is surpass the amount that you can accommodate?
Correct.
So how do we address this?
What we're able to do is, based on the additional applicants we have, we can assess to see if we have additional fundings, local fundings outside our summer program, we have additional fundings.
So rather than exciting our young people to then disappoint them, if we have a target number, why don't we have a cutoff time to address the specific number that we have?
We do have a cutoff point. We do have a cutoff point for priority consideration. We do have a cutoff point. We take extra applications.
Slow down for me, please.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
We do
You have a
take
cutoff.
extra applications.
Can you slow down for me, please, until I'm finished? You have a cutoff point, but I'm speaking to not just the timing, I'm speaking to the number of applications so that we don't go over and disappoint.
And we do have a cutoff point when it comes to numbers, but we do have applicants that apply early, and when we call them for placement, they're no longer interested in the program, or they have explored another opportunity.
Right. So then when you cross that out, then you should still be able to remain within your number. But okay.
Well, if I may, Senator.
Let's move on from there.
If I may, Senator, just to...
Let's move on from there. At what point do you start getting the word out on these summer programs?
Our application process is from March.
From March, but how do you get the word out? What were you using to get the word out?
We do press release, we do radio, and we do social media, and we visit the schools.
Okay, I'll ask that we do a little more of something, because I'm sure that other senators as well have been having a lot of calls, and I've been still referring people to the Department of Labor, not knowing that you were already over the capacity.
2 minutes.
But Commissioner, I wanted to go a little bit to, even before I go there, let's do this first. The occupational safety and health. We're to be ensuring the safe and healthful working conditions within the public sector. Have you, as the commissioner, your team, updated the mandatory occupational safety and health standard applicable to the public sector here in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Short answer is yes, Senator, and it's done through our OSHA division, Director Dean Andrews, and our team.
Good. How often is this done?
We have to submit a state plan regularly to our regional office to be able to do that. And when we comply with the requirements of the state plan, we update all the information at that particular time, and then we continue to do our inspections and try to do the abatements.
Okay. At a later point, I'll be reaching out to you so that I can review some of these inspections. The Career and Technical Education Advisory Council.
30 seconds.
How many? We're to have 21 members, correct? On this council? Who can speak to the
Are you referring to
council?
the board, Senator? The CTE board, or?
Yes.
The CTE board should have, I believe, 9 members. We do have 6 active members. We do need 2 more members from St. Thomas and a member from St. John.
So you're saying that the CTE board and the Virgin Islands Advisory Council for Career and Technical Education are 2 different entities?
Time.
From my understanding, yes.
All right. So who can? Time has been called, Madam Chair, but I'd like to establish.
Sure. Go ahead, Senator Gittins. Go ahead.
Yeah. Who can speak to the anyone from the advisory council present with us?
I think Senator, if I may, you might be referring to the advisory council for the apprenticeship council.
For career and technical education, according to Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code 271. No one?
If I may, Senator, Executive Director.
So for the record, Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Section 271, establishes the Virgin Islands Advisory Council for Career and Technical Education. It's supposed to have no less than 21 members. That's what I was asking about. And I'm guessing now that I won't be able to get the next answer, which I wanted to know what's the current fund balance and what's the source of these funds, which is spoken to in section 263, career technical education. But thank you, Madam Chair. It doesn't seem like anyone there sits on this council. Thank you.
No, Senator, but if I may, just try not to cross hats and relive my time in education. But what I think you're referring to has been adjusted because there used to be each of the 16 clusters, there's a responsibility of those areas to have advisory councils within those clusters. So each of those structures, so I don't know if it's a combination of that you're referring to, that's implemented now, because those 16 clusters, those areas have advisory groups specifically to support the area. So I don't know if that's what is being referred to.
No, that's not
Senator-
what I'm referring to. But when you get a chance, just review 17 VAC, section 271.
Senator
Go ahead,
Joe Murphy
Ms. Murphy, go ahead.
speaking. From my understanding, the advisory council was never actually fully implemented. There is a board which comprises of 9 members, but the advisory council itself for CTE, from my understanding, was never developed.
So it was never, you're saying that it was never actually activated, but my colleague is reading from the law.
I know.
So, right, okay. So we definitely need to look into that for sure. I will now ask for my 6 minutes quickly. I'll probably not use all of it, but I wanted to ask CTE also. I went online and I saw where there were different, you know, where you have the graphics with the map, and then you hit on any state and you get information about, for some reason in the VI, and it doesn't apply just to CTE alone, because I even tried that with ARPA, you hit VI and nothing comes up. So it means we're not inputting anything. But other states, so Guam and Puerto Rico, I was able to get theirs, and it says that in Puerto Rico, they have a 98% graduation rate, and that of the 98%, 74% are placed in employment, military service, or apprenticeship programs within 6 months. Do we have that data, even though I couldn't get it online? What do you know our percentage?
Okay, I do not. I requested that data of Dr. Faulkner, and she does collect that data because it is required by the federal government.
Mhm.
So we haven't received it yet, but I expect that we will be getting it shortly.
Do you know if we do, and Guam actually places even a higher percentage, 91% of their, they call them CTE concentrators, is
Yes.
that right? Okay. They're placed in employment, military service, or apprenticeship programs within 6 months, 91%. And I was wondering if we are as stellar in our performance here, if you can get that information for me.
I will. I know in the past we have been, but I don't know what the recent data is, but I will ask Dr. Faulkner to provide it to us. I have, but she hasn't been able to do that as of yet.
Okay, thank you. And this is for the Commissioner of Labor or anyone, or even maybe the, well, no, actually it's for the Commissioner of Labor. You know, my colleague before talked about the governor's vision, and it was interesting because I had gone and I just love to do research. That's just how I am, right? So I went on and looked at the National Governors Association, and it says that a top priority of the nation's governors is expanding economic opportunity and advancing the nation's global competitiveness by developing the skilled workforce and economic environment required for individuals, businesses, and communities to thrive and prosper, and that governors are responsible for setting strategic priorities that align workforce and economic development activities across their states toward a shared vision of societal and economic well-being. Today, I don't really feel a synergy among all these different entities. I realize that UVI Cell is also a part, right? Is a collaborator with
Yes.
with you. I wanted you to speak a little bit about that because I didn't go into UVI Cell. You did talk about RT Park. But I'm just wondering if there's a synergy between all these varied workforce development entities, initiatives that can make us feel a little better today. Because it's not too good to hear that CTE is feeling the way they're feeling and expressing their sentiments. But as you may be able to answer, I don't know, but you can give it a stab.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And it is the governor's clear mission to make sure that we all work together to be able to make sure that our Virgin Islanders, get a piece of the pie, and to make sure that they are successful in whatever way. The challenge is that we definitely have all the entities that have to come together and understand that we have one goal. At the end of the day is to support the goals and the objectives of the individuals being trained and help them to get employed and have the best quality of life that they can. To do that, what we're doing in the Department of Labor, again, and in my testimony, that's why we identified that training timeline. Everything that's being done, no matter what everybody is doing, is tied based to work-based learning. And work-based learning, those customized training, those trainings are offered to employers to help train up their staff. It's also offered to government, within the government. So we have training, the board helps support the training providers. CTE is very important in terms of customizing the training. If you're doing incumbent worker training, again, UVI Cell specifically is training the government right now for us through the Skills for the Day funding that we're using. That's how we're dealing with the project management, the grants management, and we're even doing data science, where we're working with all those government employees that are charged with managing grants or data collection for grants, so that they are in the process of being trained formally. UVI Cell is doing that. Plus, UVI Cell is also doing all the short-term certificate programs. The CTE program had approached us, Department of Labor. They have a proposal that they're looking at embarking on some other short-term options. So we're all talking, but we all got to get in the same room and understand we have one mission and we're not leaving until that's accomplished. And that leads to the on-the-job training program, and then it leads to the apprenticeship. So everything is tied in within the workforce development system. The board is the advisory arm to the governor, and we all have the responsibility of making sure that we come together to get it done. So what you're hearing in the gaps is that there's not enough money. Labor doesn't have enough funding to be able to do it all. We're going to have to focus. So what we're doing now, we're looking at more of focused strategies tied to those jobs that are now, like what M1, Mr. Ryder, Doug talked about. So those jobs are available right now. We have to balance that with what the Workforce Board has as the demand sectors, because labor can only use its federal dollars as prescribed by the board.
30 seconds.
Labor can only use the federal dollars as prescribed by the board.
By the board for those demand sectors.
So they determine the demand sectors.
And the spend rate from the federal funding that we have. Okay,
but aren't most of those, and maybe I could go with to Ms. Boyce, are those high skill, high paying jobs, or you know what or how do we improve the well-being of our community if the jobs that, I don't know if the board, maybe you can answer, are low skill, low paying jobs? That's my concern.
Senator, we did a study along with the Department of Labor based on what is available after COVID, the jobs, just the lay of the land economically, and the jobs that are being offered to Virgin Islanders. They're not the high-paying jobs. You find security guards. I'll forward that study to you. So it's a matter of having conversations with our local businesses as to how we can build on what's being offered. And of course, that's how we get to train our residents so that they now can be able to take part in those high-paying jobs. So it's a matter of creating those jobs so that we can have the demand sector that the employers are offering, because we have to train based on what's being offered in the community so people can take advantage of what's being offered.
And just to bring some more clarity on some of the things that Ms. Murphy and the board is talking about, the Department of Education is in a, I'm not speaking for Commissioner Wells-Henrington, but she can fully defend herself. And they're working, she's working very hard to get this structure in place. But the fundamental problem is just that the funding is not available to do everything we need to do. And so there has to be a very, very clear vision and a very, very clear separation in terms of what's needed in the CTE area. When I say that, CTE has 16 clusters. All 16 clusters are going to suffer from the fact that you're not going to be able to find a licensed electrician is not going to necessarily meet the requirements of the educational board to be able to teach that class. So you have a license, and then you don't have the educational credentials. So that's the challenge with putting them inside the CTE classes. That's why we don't have the issues. So it's going to become an issue that's going to involve the union. It's going to involve collective bargaining. It's a much bigger issue to do that. What labor has been trying to do, and that's why we've been looking at, through Governor Bryan and getting the additional funding and the board, those skills for today training programs that we're working on. We're focusing on those CTE areas that necessarily are not being focused. That's why we're focusing on the plumbing.
Well, let me ask this quick, because I'm trying to understand. So if I go to CTE, I need to, of course, have a teacher or instructor who qualifies. I don't know if that's the word that I should use.
Who meets both the educational pedagogy.
Educational.
Yeah, I think they have to meet both the board, the BOE requirements and CTE requirements to be able to teach.
And not everyone does? Is that
actually, by law, this board, the CTE board, makes that rule. And this is the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is that there is a board that governs CTE. However, we also have the Department of Education who is governing the same thing on the big scale. So you have two moms telling the kid what to do, and the kid gets all confused. So this is what I think, this is what our problem is. This is why we're thinking that we do not need a complete separation of CTE from education. We just want to put that piece of glass in the aquarium so CTE has its own life, so that when the education gets their budget, and their budget then specifies to this body what they want to spend CTE on, that is spent on CTE. I don't want to talk out of context, and I don't want to throw people under the bus. But we had monies in the CTE coordinator's budget for CTE travel, for CTE repairs, for CTE equipment. These fundings were then removed, and it was then issued us the $250,000 to each school, which simply means that you had monies set aside for CTE, yet then you took that back and gave it to the whole family, which is a great idea if that's the only way you have to do it. But in the process of doing so, somebody gets hurt, and it's CTE that has been hurt over years. Now, I am not the fellow that can fix things. I'm a thinker. I'm a simple chef, right? I boil water, and I put stuff in it, and then it becomes edible. So I look at education as something that has been around for so long that eventually it's old. It's old. It's look. We learned for 2 years in a pandemic that certain things can be learned online. We also learned that there are social issues with that. But look at CTE. The reason we don't have teachers is not particularly because of money. I talk to engineers, that talk to business owners, to people in constructions. They're willing to spend 3 hours a week teaching if I give them 20 kids where they can take 3 out of there.
But that still has to be worked out. Like
But
the
then
commissioner is
but these are
saying.
all these new ideas that need to be changed, just
Right.
like the commissioner said. We need to sit in a room, drink a beer, and throw our ideas against each other without the rules of this chamber, his office, or the governor's office. Just like people, just like you said, just like people taking our community and say, hey, listen, it ain't working. What can we do? And then when we find a good idea, let's bring it to your body and let you guys go and hack it out on the legislative part. But that's
Okay.
really what's needed.
Senator,
Thank you. Thank you.
may I just say, just for the record, that the board does not get any local funds. All our funding comes from the U.S. Department of Labor, just for the record.
The
so that
Workforce Development Board. Okay, thank you.
We don't get any local funding.
We are going to take a 2-minute recess before we go into the second round. Excuse me, good afternoon. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a quick 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minute, I will indulge my colleague, a 3-minute round, and we will start with Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, testifiers. On page 4 of the overview of Workers' Compensation Administration, you mentioned that division has begun replacing all manual procedures and spreadsheet-based processes. Now, I know how it is when we're doing these integrated processes in the Virgin Islands. Can you give me a timeline of this project?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'll just let Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel answer, but we are 98% completed with our internal process in terms of automating, and the Department of Finance has the government insurance fund side, so that's where we're working to finalize all the stuff. So it's going to be a paperless process from us to them, from claims to payment.
Great. Do you have BIT working with your department?
Well, BIT is in coordination with our Director of IT and MIS, because so that we can make sure that the vendor, everything is integrated within the BIT system, yes.
Okay, that's great, because I love to hear when government makes the attempt to do streamlining of processes and procedures. I wanted to ask about also on page 3 of your testimony, what are some of the ideas to revitalization of the much needed programs? Can you tell me or describe some of those transformative initiatives that you referenced?
Page 3.
Yes, page 3.
That's in unemployment?
Yes. Where did I find that?
So, yeah, well, I know that the issue here that we're trying to make sure that we put out there is that the payroll variation and the tax methodology has to change.
One minute.
It's going to impact all employers in the territory. That's why we're having the town halls again. We have to come before this body to get officially the implementation for Act 8209 was set for January 1, 2021. The federal government has given us the extension. We have to come back here to make sure that federal law and local law are in compliance. So we have to implement this January 1, 2024. Otherwise, I need to say this on the record, all employers in the territory stand the risk of being decertified by the U.S. Department of Labor, and will have a 6% FUTA tax bill.
Wow, thank you for that. Lastly, I also have a bill request that would require the university to offer a master's program in industrial hygiene. And this is because of our refining community. Now, recently, I don't know if OSHA has responded, but there has been an odor from the between the Lime Tree, Diageo area. I can't say, I don't have no handheld device to say who's the source.
Time.
But if I may, Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes.
Has OSHA responded to these employees in that area? And why I ask, because I personally went there to just understand what the individuals in that area were experiencing, and it was unbearable. I actually found a guy who works in the security booth was working from his car because he says, "Miss, I can't even stay in this booth. It's so bad. I have to go in my car every minute when somebody come. I come out my car and I deal with them because of the smell." And these are the things that I think it's very important that OSHA works with Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And, you know, as I said, I'm bringing this bill request. I've already put out the bill request for an industrial hygiene person to work with Department of Labor. How do you feel about that?
I'll just say, I'll say it this way. One, the OSHA is only responsible for the public sector, which is the government. We have that in our role, we would have to refer that to regional OSHA, and they would then handle it through Puerto Rico. So our role in this process is only by me being appointed to the local emergency planning committee that Director Joshing of Vitima heads. And what I do in my role, I designate Director Andrews to lend our local perspective from OSHA. So there's a separation. between our role and the regional OSHA. So what we would do is make a referral to regional OSHA.
Thank you for that clarification. I didn't know that. So, so you have to go through this long process if there's a issue on the private side to get a referral to the federal OSHA?
And they respond with not necessarily communicating with us. They will respond once we make the referral. Yes.
So I say that to say now that you just say you deal with the government. I know that there's a lot of individuals, because I worked for the VI government for a long period of time, and I know that when a working environment is uncomfortable, as it pertains to no heat, high heat, mold. I've been seeing a lot of government agencies, complaining of mold. How has the department been dealing with mold remediation for these departments that individuals are working in uncomfortable, unsafe environment?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Once we get the complaint, our OSHA goes out and does the investigation. They open up an official inspection, and they proceed with to work with the agency to be able to do whatever mitigation that needs to happen. We do have enforcement periods or things that can happen in timelines if they don't do the abatement within that timeline. And so we've been working with the agencies, and once they provide regular progress, and it meets the requirements, then we can move forward. But we do not, OSHA on its own cannot say to tell that agency that they can't occupy. We would have to go through the Department of Health or another agency that has the authority. So we would have to work in collaboration with the other agencies to be able to tell employees that they cannot go back into those areas.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. We will now go to Senator Johnson, who is online. Senator Johnson? Oops.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins, while we wait for Senator Johnson. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I was saying, based on the rules chair questioning just now, is why I asked about the occupational safety and health section in the code. So with the scenario that the good senator just used, I mean, what will be the repercussions? Who will handle matters like this, even in the public sector? Because we know we've had people or have people working in some haphazard conditions within the public sector. How is this being handled?
Thank you, Senator. In the public sector, like I mentioned, once we get the complaint, OSHA, local OSHA Director Andrews and his team will respond, and we are responsible for that. The inspections and the timelines for the abatements, that's local OSHA, that's government buildings, and the employees in those government buildings.
What are the repercussions? I mean, it ranges from what to what, and what have you all done, at least in the last 4 years? Because we know we have these haphazard conditions, but we have not seen or heard anything being done to address this.
Everything that we've been doing is technically behind the scenes. The inspections are being done. The departments have to be able to do their mitigation. Their timelines identified. Let's say, for example, if mold is discovered in this building right now, they come in, they do the inspections, they make a determination if they need air quality testing, if they different things. Whatever recommendation comes out from the division, we have a hygienist on board that is employed within our OSHA division. They will do their processes, make their recommendations, sit with the agency head, and set up a timeline for remediation. If that doesn't happen within that period of time, then they have additional responsibilities in terms of things that we can find them. We can find the agency.
Okay, and I'll say this and then just leave it. But what we don't want to see is instances, for instance, I'll use the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School as an example, where those grounds or that property is closed down, no classes can be held for those same haphazard conditions that we're talking about, but yet still where it's not conducive for our students and teachers, then yet still we're saying that we will put administrative services to work in there. It's either it's no good or we'll mediate and we can use it. But it can't be split where some people, it's not good enough for some, but yet still we put other employees in there.
Understood.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator, I recognize Senator Carla Joseph for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to look at the testimony, and I know I spoke a little bit about the Workforce Investment Board, Workforce Development Board, rather. I wanted to look into your presentation today. Specifically, let's look at page 3. You mentioned that there are a number of programs and the like that are being done, but I wanted to ask, what are, or maybe labor could feed into it, what are the demand industry recognized certifications that persons participating in these programs will receive? Or are receiving?
Okay, you're talking Sonia Boyce, Workforce Development Board. I can read you off the list of the demand occupations that we consider based on the RAND study on Vision 2040. Administrative and supportive services, allied health, architecture and construction trades, information technology, leisure and hospitality, retail, transportation and logistics, engineering and mathematics, agribusiness, health sciences, renewable energy, and maritime industry.
One moment for me, Ms. Boyce, but what is the industry recognized certifications? Are there industry recognized certifications that individuals can get or receive or earn after they are trained, that this certification will help them be better prepared and competitive when they're applying for a job? This is what this industry recognized partner says that they need their employees to have. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, Senator, we do have a list of our service providers, and every service provider must have, based on the training that they offer, they have to have national certification. It comes with national certification. So I have a listing.
Where can we find it? Because I looked on your website, I didn't see it there. Where can we find that? Because it's not only for us here, but it's also for our public, that they know that these are industry recognized certification. I know there's the NCCR, the National Center for Construction, Education and Research, but what other certification that is industry recognized do we offer here?
We have, for example, the Rafaela Wheatley Skill Center. We have carpentry, certified nursing assistant, clinical medical assistant, culinary arts, phlebotomy, licensed practical nursing, emergency medical technician, electrical technician, auto body repair, automotive mechanic, plumbing, UVI cell, administrative assistant, child daycare management expert program,
and the
clinical
certifications. One moment for me, Ms. Boyce.
Time.
And these certifications, Madam Chair, I'm trying to get to a point
Yes,
here.
yes,
These
go ahead.
certifications going to be recognized not only by our local employers, but also national employers. It's just like a high school diploma. You know, an employer is saying that to be qualified, you need to have this certification. What are those listing of those certifications? They may ask that you have a OSHA 60 certification or OSHA 30 certification. Those are industry recognized certification. So that is what I'm trying to say, because that helps build our population ability to get jobs, to know that they have this industry recognized certification. It's like the police officers when they complete posts, you know, they have that type of certification. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, Senator, they're all nationally recognized.
They're all national.
They're all
and
nationally
if we could get a listing of them, if we could get a listing, and I would really suggest that you put them on your web pages. Maybe labor has them on theirs, but I didn't investigate labor's own. But it would help to really spread the word that we are offering those type of nationally recognized industry certification. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Actually, I want to follow up on what you just asked because I'm not sure if it connected. When I attend any one of those programs, am I getting a this is what I think my colleague is asking. Am I getting a certification that I can use, or a certificate or something where I can go and leave the VA and do whatever that work is in Florida or Texas?
Yes, Senator, because for each program, the training provider provides a program that they have to sit an exam on a national level, that the board pays for that exam.
Each person who takes a course?
Yes, they're afforded that opportunity to sit for that national exam, and once they pass it, they're certified in that area nationally.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I wanted to ask Mr. Rideout about the fact that you do it's remote work, and I'm also on the Housing, Telecommunications, and Transportation Committee, and I wanted to connect the fact that internet connectivity, and if I'm coming to your program, I should have the equipment or the tools, the resources in my home. How does that work? Does labor fund, listen to what I'm doing here, Commissioner. Do they help me as a Virgin Islands resident to set me up in my home?
Good afternoon. This is Doug Rideout with M1. No, do not. I'll get to that real quick. As far as requirements, basically I tell everyone this. You can watch Netflix. You have an internet speed to where you can work remotely. That's it. Okay? That's just the way it is right now as we speak. My wife is doing auditing for at least 30 hospitals. And it's just a Wi-Fi. I mean, you can do that with technology. Technology has kind of leveled the playing field for the workforce. So no longer can anyone say here, so I disagree with some things that have been said. You can no longer say that there are not good jobs in the Virgin Islands. It changed. Today, we have to change the rules. And I would like to respond to one thing. There was something that said a while ago about the local businesses are dictating or determining the wages. I disagree totally. With the technology and the ability to work remotely, we should be online. We should be qualifying these good paying jobs. Take your time, and on page 8 of my testimony, I put some little QR codes. The reason I put QR codes is so that I'm not telling you, it's a link to websites. It gives you new information every day. Check it every day. Take your time. It tells you the number of jobs and salaries for those 2 career fields. And it's just coding and billing. It's simple. And then there's another one you should look at as far as AWS architect. That's exciting. It takes less. All of these take less than a year. The architect is close to 6 figures starting. We need to change the rules. And like I said in the very beginning, we have to change the way we think about workforce development. We undervalue everyone here. We got to stop that. This stuff about sitting around and saying, we're just going to do construction. Construction is great, but guess what? It has peaks and valleys. Healthcare and technology is level. We never lost any jobs when the pandemic hit. Never. It's stable. Healthcare and technology is stable, and that's what you're going to need here if you're going to change the economy. So to answer your question about technology, yes, you can. You have the technology now to work remotely. Take advantage of my fresh eyes. I'm new, so I'm seeing some new things. So I'm trying to identify those things. Something I've learned, IP blocking. If you're not familiar with it, I wrote a paper on it. I'll share it with you if you email me and say you want it. It's important. It's basically like a shell is over the Virgin Islands and blocking you from seeing certain things. If you do a job search in Florida and a job search here on the same site, you get two different answers. It's the reason I know this is we go to Honduras on mission work. We go there, and guess what? I can't see half the sites that I work with in the States because it's restricted. The U.S. Virgin Islands is treated like a third world country as far as the internet's concerned in a lot of sites. I've brought this up to internet service providers here. They didn't really have a big answer other than let us know about that site and we'll try to deal with it. The average person doesn't know how to do that. They're going to take whatever it says. When they do a job search for a medical coder and it says there's 3, okay, I'm going to go do something else. Time out, folks. No, that's not right. So we have to change our thinking. We've got to find solutions for that. We can train people on how to find those real answers because we deal with it every day. And we've got those solutions, and we work that into our training too. We'll teach you how to know what's really out there. So I'm very adamant about this thing about we've got to change our thinking. No longer should you let someone down the street here dictate what you make. It's a new game.
I agree. I agree with you. Let me ask this about funding. I was, when you compare the amount of federal funds that go into 4-year degrees and look at the funds that go into workforce development, it's like really crazy in the, so you don't have enough funds really to fund like high level jobs. You know what I'm saying? I was just sitting here when he was talking about the internet and all of that. You don't have enough to fund, or is there a cap? I guess that's what I should ask. Is there a cap on programs like Mr. Rideout's M1?
There's a cap that the board sets a cap for what we call an ITA, a training, there's a training, an individual training account.
Okay.
So that is, the cap is set by the board, and we work within, our workforce director works within that cap when we're referring for training. So the board is who raises or sets that
The
cap.
Workforce Development Board?
Yes.
Senator, may I?
Okay, so yes. So what's your cap?
The cap is $6,000.
6,000, and can I get?
But the board has made exceptions when we have a demand sector. Like, for example, M1 Enterprise is a service provider to the board, and the board recognizing that this is a high demand for those occupations in the territory, and the board is working with. The board has approved the programs that he has presented, and so he is a service provider. And for persons who go through the WIOA process, because it's federal funds that we're using, there are guidelines that we have to follow. And of course, the resources that he brings, for example, the people who are eligible through the WIOA process, they get a laptop for some of his programs. So there are different opportunities, things that, once they qualify for that the board makes available to different persons who are eligible and who sign up for those programs.
So do you get a pot of money, and then you decide based on that pot that you got that we have enough to give each person 6,000?
No, that's the maximum.
That's the
it's
maximum.
Not everybody.
There's a minimum also.
Yes, there is a minimum, because not every program is $6,000, because
Right. Okay. No.
And so what happens and why you hear us talking about braiding funds and the need, this is where, so on the board side, they're helping to fund the WIOA, or the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act money, which is tied specifically to adult and dislocated worker area. Those pots are funding. What we are doing, and the programs and the cohorts that you saw graduated, is being funded by the Community Development Block Grant that we route through ICF, that's managed by ICF, that we get from VI Housing Finance Authority and HUD. And so we are able to we have more flexibility on that side to fund the different levels of the program than we do on the other side. So that's why labor we're in the middle of balancing, because we don't have enough funding on the federal side. And if we didn't have this funding on the Community Development Block Grant side, which has more flexibility than the federal funding, we wouldn't be able to support programs like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's good though to know that you're being creative, legally creative. Let's just put it that way. In a sense that you can then look at how you can satisfy the needs of programs like his, to make it happen, and then people then are able to get the high-paying jobs that Mr. M1 is providing. Yes?
May I add something? Eligibility is what I'm running into, because I'm a part of these interviews. I talk to them, I hear from them, I'm sorry. Eligibility is an issue, okay? We have people like Zuleika, I want to pick on her for a second. We got several in that bucket that make a little too much money. So they're caught in this loop. So I'm trying to find solutions. And that's that laundry list of solutions, from trying to find student loans to try to fund things myself. And because they just don't fit that mold. It's made for the low income, but what about the moderate income that wants to step up? They're not qualified, so we have to find a creative way to do this. And that's what we're trying to do. That's the reason each and every day I'm trying to find a new way to try to find funding. And I'm going to write another proposal, and I'm going to submit it, because we're going to keep trying.
And that's why within the Department of Labor you have the employment services section. They're different within this workforce system. They're different type of job seekers, and so most of the federal funding is going to cover the low to moderate income. The Community Development Block Grant is tied specifically to disaster, and it's also covering low to moderate income. So we have those guidelines and those restrictions within the funding. So on the employment services side, that's where a typical job seeker that pretty much has the skills to navigate our view system will be able to go with little support, and the business services section would then work with doing the connection. So that's where more of the high-end individuals go, and they don't necessarily qualify for all the training requirements that's the challenge.
That's the challenge.
It's a challenge.
I don't know if any of my colleagues, do you have any other questions that you want to ask? Senator Joseph, Senator Capehart, do you? You do? Okay.
I have a question I would like to ask, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead,
Thank you for
Senator.
that.
Go ahead, Senator Joseph.
Okay, I wanted to ask Mr. Alex Isaac, that's his name, relative to his training that he is offering. And I noted in your testimony that you said you had recently been granted a program for the apprenticeship. Are you now considered a registered apprenticeship program, offering that in conjunction, in partnership with the Department of Labor?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have been.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes, we have been. Can you hear me now? Yeah, we have been. We have been.
Okay, and so what does the partnership with the Department of Labor apprenticeship program look like now for you?
Well, it's just getting started. As Shanika's here, and I've been working directly with her to kind
Sebastian
of
is there, okay.
Yeah, so she wants to say something here. Shanika?
So good afternoon again, Shanika Sebastian. I just wanted to put on the record that we're finalizing his program standards to make sure that it meets national certification. So it's not quite in its final phase.
Okay, so what does the relationship with the apprenticeship and these apprenticeship programs that have been nationally certified? And I know that the Department of Labor is the entity that does that. What benefits can persons receive and supports can persons receive once they have become certified?
Director Sebastian, please.
So what we're able to do is help them with recruitment and connect them to funding support.
Funding support. And any of the funding comes from through WIOA?
Yes.
Or, okay. And another question for the Workforce Development Board, Ms. Boyce. How much funding do you receive from the U.S. Department of Labor specifically for the apprenticeship portion?
For the apprenticeship portion, that would be the Department of Labor who will be able to answer that question
Oh, okay.
for you.
I'm sorry. Department of Labor.
Yeah, so for the apprenticeship, what we wrote and received a grant for $300,000 to be able to set up the administration structure. Also, this body appropriated about $200,000 that we use as an administrative part to be able to fund the council. To be able to be a registered apprenticeship agency as the standards for the U.S. Department of Labor outlines, we have to have, there's a 9-person council, advisory council, that's in place. It's 2 members from the Department of Labor. One has to be legal counsel here, Ms. Nisha Christian-Anderson. The director of Youth and Apprenticeship is also the secretary. Ms. Murphy is also a member of the advisory council based on the requirements of having CTE members. Dr. Michael Francois, who is also on the CTE board, is also a member. Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath is our chairperson, who is also at UVI Cell, and she's also on the CTE board. And we have the private individuals from the Sandcastle, Mr. Chris Richardson, and we have Ms. Carla Scott, who is with AECOM. So we have a full functioning council, and we meet quarterly. They're public meetings, and they're the ones who are responsible for the policy part of it. The day-to-day part of the structure lies with Director Sebastian in direct collaboration with, we have a consultant, ICF, that's consulting, as well as U.S. Department of Labor.
I didn't want to get too down into the weeds, but I just wanted to see how this apprenticeship, or at least understand it, for others who may want to get in, because I had some discussion with Mr. Isaac before, and it seems as though it was being very challenging for him to really become a registered apprenticeship program, and to ask him who would be his partners, because if you're a registered apprenticeship program, you should have employers who are part of this whole program when you're a registered apprenticeship, because then it would just move into your apprentices becoming employed once they have concluded and completed successfully their apprenticeship. So do you have that in place, Mr. Isaac? That's my question.
Well, as we roll out, as Shenika mentioned, we're putting the finishing touches on it, but we're rolling out in a way we're building relationships with existing contractors who can facilitate the transition of people going from training to work. And I think that's an extremely important part of the program. But it's just developing not only with contractors, but with people who provide all sorts of construction services in our industries, architects, engineers, inspectors, and all of the things which completes a construction trade. So the relationship building efforts are there, and they're extremely important in order for us to have some success.
Right. Thank you so much for your responses. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to add a vital component which hasn't been discussed, but I'm sure the commissioner and other members of the Workforce Development Board are really considering it, is that utilizing some of the contractors that we give contract or are awarded contracts to be part of your apprenticeship pool of businesses, because they are, working on various aspects, construction, administrative, IT, to be part of that pool to look at relative to becoming apprenticeship partners. That's all I would like to add. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Isn't it part of, or I should say part and parcel of programs that you train, and then there's a job at the end of that training in almost all your programs, correct?
Yes, that's the intent, of
yeah.
what we're trying to do, and to create that pipeline, if we can, and make the connection between the employers. And just the apprenticeship program has to meet the requirements of the U.S. Department of Labor. And so it's the challenge of navigating the process, although all the coursework and everything that Mr. Isaac has to be submitted has to be reviewed and to be in compliance with the national organization before we can sign off on it. But so the other piece of the puzzle, in terms of Mr. Rideout talking about the internet connectivity and what's happening when you go on sites to apply for jobs, that's one of the key reasons why we have the partnership with the RT Park and the Vista Plus. There are limitations to our view system of what can be allowed to spider in and out based on the fact that we're paying for that with federal dollars. And so we couldn't have Monster or Indeed or some of those others spider in. So we're utilizing the portal from Vista Plus, from the RT Park, to be able to do that for us and to provide that software to be able to come back to do a match against the jobs that we have in our system. So we're working out the kinks to make sure it's seamless, because right now you have to kind of register in both systems to be able to get the most advantage of it. But we're streamlining and working to make sure it's more user-friendly.
Okay, so so what's the relationship then between RT Park and Labor? Because you're a government agency, they're autonomous corporation, really. So what's the relationship?
We have a specific MOA in place with a memorandum of agreement with them that allows us to be able to use the Vista Plus system as a portal for them to be able to help us create a database of Virgin Islands abroad that align with the vacancies or the job postings that we have specifically from the EDC companies, but holistically in terms of what we have in our database as job postings. So
it's almost like a joint venture type of relationship?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I know we've been talking about all these programs, apprenticeship program for able-bodied individuals. What about individuals who are graduating from high school that has a disability? Does Department of Labor have like a special program for individuals with disability? Because I know Department of Human Services have that vocational rehab where they do the assessment to see how they can probably place them. Back in the days, we had work opportunities, work able. They no longer exist. So we have a forgotten population. Tell me.
Thank you for that question, because there are two things. First of all, the last part for any residents with disabilities, including students that are graduating from high school, that's part of the one-stop operation. Voc Rehab is a part of the process. So a referral would be made within, once anybody comes in, whether for adult or youth that comes in that has a disability, we work directly with Voc Rehab for placement and making sure that happens.
Voc Rehab, Human Services.
Yes, they are part of the one-stop operation that's managed through the board, that's gotten Equus one-stop, so they're a part of that process. So it's a regular part. Veterans are included. We deal with Veterans Affairs as well. So it's a comprehensive process. When you come in, it's supposed to be a one-stop. So we help everybody.
Good, because I'm gonna send a parent to Department of Labor because being an advocate for people with disabilities, a parent stopped me the other day and she says, "Look, my daughter, she ain't doing nothing, and she's good. She could walk." And I just didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do because I know programs existed in the past, work opportunities, train individuals with disabilities, place them in a job, and they felt good. They did even a better job than some able-bodied individuals, you know? But I'm glad to hear about that.
And just to add, that Mr. Julian Handley from the office, he is always there and making sure that we do the right thing as well. So there's a definite connection and in terms of us working there. And one other thing I just want to add with the 12th graders, a major initiative that we've started with collaboration with education. We have met with all the high school graduates in the territory. We collaborated with Commissioner Wells Hendrington, the superintendents, and the high school principals. All 4 public high schools, we had presentations where the Department of Labor physically went and the audience was all 12th grade graduates, and it's specifically targeting those that are not going to college, trade school, or the military. We started working and we got them in the system. We're starting to case manage them to get them opportunities in the world of work. We're trying to start tying them for those that are going to be employed in the summer. We're trying to see if those employers will keep them long term, and we're trying to make sure that they have the skills to develop. But we're making it clear, we're not giving jobs. You have to come in, you have to be trained. We're helping them develop their resumes, we're helping them with resume writing skills, we're interviewing skills, and we're putting through our process to include customer service based on what they're interested in. And they're all being case managed, and Director Sebastian and Director Hodge here are spearheading that. And like I said, we're not only dealing with the public high schools, but we've also written and approached all high school seniors throughout the territory that are not going to college, trade school, or the military.
Good, so that we need to have a conversation with that legislation that I'm bringing. No child leaving high school should leave high school without a plan. Madam Chair, just one rapid question, and this is for Mr. Anton. When I saw him here earlier in the legislature, I thought he was here to represent the vocational culinary division, so I was surprised when he told me, no, I'm on the board. So if you were to tell me 3 high priority needs, what would they be?
Priority needs for?
3.
3 for CTEC specifically?
CTEC. And thank you for your willingness to serve on this board.
Well, I'm the executive director, so I do serve the board, not on the board.
So you're the executive director for the board. Okay, thank you.
So I think if I look at CTEC's needs, you identified welding as one. These units have kind of outdated. In automotive, they're looking for lifts. And I believe that in construction, they're looking for, not exactly sure what, a lab improvements of those sorts. I was asked about earlier about the recovery funds. We did submit a few things to Government House, and they were submitted. I don't know if any of that ever came true. But again, this being a little bit ahead of the 18th century, welding could use some virtual welding machines. The reason for that is welding is a high safety issue. With a virtual welding machine, you can put a helmet on. You actually see the same thing that you would do in a welding room. And you can do that for a year, and the second year you can weld. Most of our skills in CTE are motor skills. So you can teach a lot of stuff in virtual reality because, like in my field of culinary, flipping an egg or a pancake is a motor skill, right? You learn that by doing. You can do that in virtual reality. So virtual welding machine was one of the things that I submitted. The other thing for agriculture, Ms. Boyce brought up agriculture. I think the reason that a lot of kids are not interested in agriculture is exactly what she said. We think of agriculture as digging in dirt. Yet, if you build a warehouse the size of Diageo distillery down there, I can grow more food than you can ever eat, and I will start exporting green stuff.
Yes.
And I grow it in hanging water that is reusable continuously. The idea of agriculture in a building like that is not creating farmers digging in the ground. It creates scientists mixing chemicals for plant food. It creates drone pilots for checking if there is aphids 30, 40, 60 feet up in the air. It creates all these other jobs that kids can get interested through agriculture. So I submitted a 40-foot growing container, one for St. Thomas, one for St. Croix, for the same reasons. It's a different way of looking at agriculture, and it could potentially get our kids interested. So if you want to have some expensive stuff, welding and agriculture, those things will yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sure. Senator Gittins, your rapid question.
Wow, when everybody else had.
I know you.
Thank you.
I know he was going to say that. You know, that's why I said it like that.
Thank you.
I'll be
I know,
lenient with you, Senator Gittins.
I took the bait. Good afternoon again. I'm going to just make that through the chair request for the breakdown of the summer employment positions by district. But I wanted to go, I'm glad we just identify Mr. Deuce, because I did hear his voice, but I was looking for the list of invitees and wasn't sure if he was there. Welcome, Mr. Anton Deuce, and thank you for the recipe for that lamb. It came out very good. So I know that our students are well taught. Let me ask you, you know, I heard your voice when you said you didn't want to throw anyone under the bus. And I was reading some of the testimony and realizing that there were many serious issues outlined in the testimony and some concerns about the principal, academic principal being appointed to CTE. Who made this appointment?
So these appointments are done to the Department of Education. Again, the board, although by law, is the board that oversees CTE. And again, for many reasons, we're trying to get back on the level now that we do have 6 individuals identified and 6 individuals which are willing to work. I think the best way to subscribe is kind of like when you look at an academic school, you certainly look for an academic principal that understands academia from its testing to its requirements of reading, writing, and arithmetic. But when you look at CTE, then you're looking at a person that understands how to go and run a business. You have a beautiful school at Cmte. Out of my opinion, that school, with the right management and the right foresight, could stand on its own without a dime from anybody. You have 40 professionals, from a welder to a chef to a hair person to all these positions. Each one of these individually can make $300,000-400,000 or more a year. They're teaching our children. I was hired 22 years ago by Mr. Steele, who told me, Deuce, I can't pay you what you're worth, but I'm going to give you a free kitchen. I give you free labor. Just give me 10% back of what you make. Well, that's the idea of what the CTE Center was built on. And if that idea would be revisited and redone, then that center could stand on its own. It would attract kids because these kids would get a couple of dollars on the side. So they would actually do stuff. Look, in today's society, these kids learn online. So we don't need to go and tell CTE teachers who are actually in that position because they didn't like school in the first place, that they're going to do stuff they didn't like and teach kids in a classroom. So let them do those things at home. You have UVI cell for that, right? But that's
right. So you're looking at the practical. You're looking at the practical part of this.
So you look at a guy that runs a business and understands how a welder works and how a cook works or how a guy fixes a car. An academia guy knows all the other things that are important, but they don't run CTE. So if you would look at percentages, right? Academia in CTE is about 20%. The rest is hands-on. Yet we insist we make it at 40%.
So not to take up much more of the chair's time, I understand exactly where you're coming from, you know, and the other day I had to sit down with some professionals as well regarding our libraries, and that was something that they broke down to me to get a better understanding of the academic library versus the public library concept. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, and that's why we as policymakers need to be able to sit and speak with persons like yourself. But I'm gonna tell you, my thing is if you're an obstacle of progress in my way, then you will get run over. So when you stated I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, that raised a red flag for me, because another example that I think you or someone used was about the two parents pulling the child in two different directions. We got to know how to co-parent. And so if we're going to provide the guidance, we need to provide the guidance in one direction and not having the mother pulling the child in one direction and the father in another direction. So hopefully we'll be able to sit and revisit all these boards and commissions. Again, we learned that this council probably isn't even in effect. And we also have the CTEC board that still doesn't have the full membership. We need to come together, look at this whole picture, and do something on behalf of the people of this territory when it comes to workforce development. So I'll be willing to work along with my colleagues and reach out to you to see how we could best address this. But thank you all, to include the Department of Labor for your input today, and Commissioner of Labor will be in touch regarding occupational safety and health within your shop. Thank you again.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And I surely agree with you that we need to look at all the boards in the VA and see whether they're effective and efficient and getting, you know, the outcomes that we want. So if there are no more burning questions, there's none from me, and it's been a long day. I want to thank the Commissioner of Labor, the Virgin, and your staff, everybody who came to. I don't want you to think. Thank you so much. The Virgin Islands State Workforce Development Board, Ms. Boyce, Joanne Murphy, she had to leave earlier, and Mr. Deuce, thank you, from the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board, and of course, our two private sector members, Mr. Douglas Rideout and Mr. Alex Isaac. Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues on the Committee on Education and Workforce Development for showing up today, and of course, Senator Gittins. He's a non-committee member, but he came with some excellent questions. I want to thank the staff of the legislature, all who assisted today with making this a great, I think, an educational and a little heated, because we are concerned about Ctec. We're not going to let that fall at all. And hopefully we can resolve that labor issue in terms of the construction projects that are in the pipeline, and find out how we can bring labor in, and the housing crisis. All those are intertwined, and we can't wait. You know, the time really is now. I will be looking forward to working with you on and I'm sure my committee members, on the legislation that you mentioned in your testimony that needs to be done and addressed. So I want to thank the Virgin Islands public for watching and paying attention and holding us accountable. At the end of the day, that's what we're here for, to serve you. Thank you. And oh, I'm sorry. Here it is. I forgot to ask you for your closing remarks. Commissioner, I will get a 30-second closing. I think I'm right at the end, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and it's great here that we had the necessary discussion about workforce development and what's happening, and I really want to thank my team here. And again, I'm very, very proud of the work we're doing within this workforce development space. But as you heard here today, there's a lot more work that has to be done, and we just need to come together. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Ms. Boyce?
Thank you, Senator. On behalf of Chairman Cardy and the Workforce Development Board, thank you for being able to provide a status update on workforce development in the territory, and we look forward to having more dialogue with the 35th legislature.
And Mr. Deuce from the CTE board?
On behalf of Ms. Murphy and the entire board of Career Technical Education, we appreciated you letting us open a can of worms. We do hope that you go fishing, and thank you very much.
Okay, and Mr. Rideout, 30 seconds?
That's all? I still have 4 pages. Okay. I really appreciate you including him in this, and you appreciating the fact that we have a passion and we're going to make things happen working together.
That's
Thank
right. Mr. Isaac?
I want to follow up on what Commissioner Malloy says. He has a great idea about this. It's an effort that needs everybody on board, and we're here. We want to make ourselves available to meet with anyone and everyone who wants to talk workforce development and education. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day. I know. I totally forget. But when you hit it, I say enjoy the rest of the day. Meeting is adjourned.